Going right into it.
Yeah.
Don't even get to talk yet.
Well, that's how we catch up. We catch up on the...
So you've been here for a few days?
I've only been here. Well, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association had a deal. And so I've been here since Tuesday. And I made an appearance over there. And then, rolled right into the rodeo. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'll probably go home today.
What about how far is home?
Like 5 hours.
It's a ways.
Yeah, but I come in on the weekends mainly. I go back during the week. You're just getting started though, huh?
Yeah, we start tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow through Wednesday. Be home Thursday.
How'd you do in Fort Worth?
No good. Went as far as up to the wild card, and that was it.
Dadgummit.
Yeah, the wild guy don't want to be in the wild card. You either want to, well, for me, I either want to do really bad, where I'm done, or good, where I'm in the semifinals.
Yeah.
The wild card just puts you right there where you have to make unexpected plans to come back again.
Yeah.
Then you got to hopefully move on again, and then it's a pain in the butt.
Well, yeah, because you go back home between?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a lot of miles.
Yeah.
How far is it from Fort Worth to Arizona?
It's a long way. It seems like the older you get, the further it gets. When I was younger, we used to drive that thing all the time by myself, back and forth nonstop. But now, man, I dread it. I don't know, maybe 15, 16 hours probably.
Do you ever just want to fly and borrow a horse?
Yeah, that thought comes to my mind all the time. That's the first plan I think of when I make plans. Like, how could I send my horse and then just fly over there? So I always have those options first, but then team roping, you have a partner involved. Yeah. And I've been roping with Coulter Todd, and he lives in southern Arizona. He's 4 hours from the airport in Phoenix. So it's unhandy for him to come up there, fly back, fly with me and stuff like that. It's just a lot better to drive right through there, pick him up, and come this way, and on the way home, drop him off. And I guess it's cheaper, and it's make more memories driving, I guess.
You can put that on the table. Unless you don't want people to see that you got a pink cup.
Well, I stopped off at the Yeti place yesterday. 2 days ago in Austin. They got the big main Yeti store. All kinds of cool stuff in there. And I'm like, what do you want? And lost my mind when they said, what do you want? So I was like, well, I just get a coffee cup.
Yeah.
Which one? That pink one's nice. These things disappear.
Oh, yeah.
They walk off and people take them, and in my own house. So if you get a pink one, you know. So.
It's less likely to disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. You and Coulter are roping together this year too, huh?
We're roping right now.
Yeah.
I don't really like to say year yet because who knows?
We're roping right now.
Yeah. If you say year, then you're committed.
So the commitment issues happen with team roping partners just like they do women?
Well, in my case, Coulter's my best friend.
Yeah.
And we're team roping partners, so he and I's relationship is different than no other partner that I ever been with. The past guys, they just kind of been team roping partners, but Coulter, we're kind of more friends first and then partners later. So, I mean, if he says he wants to, if he calls me today and says, hey, I can't come to San Antonio tomorrow, and he says, I just don't want to go again, I'm like, okay, I understand. So That's why we say team up and partner as of now, maybe not the year. We don't know what we're doing. We're just going. These rodeos are good enough that you got to enter them.
Yeah.
You qualify for them from last year's standings. So they're good enough that guy needs to enter.
I got you. I see what you're saying. Yep. So it's less about commitment to Coulter and more about we're not sure if we're going to take off and burn up every highway this year.
We're not going to do that for sure. I do know that. We're going to go to some, I think, I don't know, as far as of right now. Well, our team repping feature, we don't look throughout the whole year. We're more like monthly because that's when you kind of got to enter.
Right.
Seems like you enter a month out, if not 2 weeks out on the smaller rodeos. So that's as far ahead as we look.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It seems like you and I had a conversation a few years back where you had this same tone about entering. And I think maybe you were roping bulls at a PBR and you were less excited about going. But since then, I feel like you've made like 3 NFRs.
Yeah, you're right. It seems like it was, I don't know, roughly 7-8 years ago or so. Rodeo is hard. I don't know the lingo where it says it. I mean, slow down. Definitely not retire. I'm never going to retire. I'm always going to be addicted to rodeo. I'm always going to go. I mean, close to home. Depends on. There's a lot of things that that are involved in going, and the main one is who I'm roping with, and then what's going on at home, and there's a lot of things that's been going that has to kind of go right for me to go, and everything's been going good so far, and you're in one rodeo and another rodeo, and next thing you know you're rodeoing. But I think what helps more than anything is when you're winning, and we've been winning just enough to kind of keep going. So that's what, and having horses and having obviously a rig and having the stuff you need to rodeo, all those been just they've been provided for us. No, it's not like we're just. It's hard to explain. It's not like we plan on it. Okay, let's buy this truck, buy this trailer, buy those horses. National finals, gold buckle. That's our goal. That's been my whole career. It's never been. I've never set any goals or never. I mean, yeah, we got goals. I mean, it's all inside of you. You know what you want to do. So, but as far as all that, it's just, we're just out here, just like to go to a rodeo every now and then, and we love to go home.
Yeah.
So, but no, I'm not going to retire.
Yeah.
Seems like this sport of rodeo, it seems like I hear guys say, I'm going to retire, or girls or whoever's competing, I'm retiring, and guys love it so much that they never really do. I mean, obviously, like this year, Casey Fields, Luke Manquino, those guys, they said the R word, and look at them, they're fixing to compete for $1 million and stuff like that. It seems like in this sport, the guys out here will tell you when you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know a lot of these guys' mentality, they know they can do it forever if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, guys out here, they'll tell me when I'm done.
There you go.
Because it's just, it seems like a lot of guys quit too early, and then you hear the saying of, I didn't want to quit or quit when I'm not doing good, or when I'm on the bottom or something. Well, at least then you went as far as you can.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you quit on top, then you're always going to have that in your mind, thinking, man, there was still a little bit left. Yeah, I know it was at the end of my career, and I quit on top, but what about that other little piece that I didn't use it all?
Yeah.
I should have.
Yeah, could have. So, what if you could have won the world one more time?
Yeah. But anyway, it's just conversating, I guess.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, I think one thing that's interesting about you being a Snapchat friend of yours, I don't know that I get cooler Snapchat. I don't get cooler Snapchats from anyone else in my Rolodex. But anyhow, the thing about you is like you live such an interesting life when you're not rodeoing. You're doing really cool stuff. Does that ever play a role? Like, hey, I love my life and I'd rather not drive down bumpy I-40 for 12 hours.
Yes, you're right. I love home. I love home. I love what I do at home. I love the people I'm around with at home. There ain't nothing else that interests me in this world other than being in Arizona, doing what I do. As far as I know, I'm never going to move. I'm never probably going to ever go on a vacation anywhere else. There's nothing else that interests me other than going to some of these rodeos. That's about it. But rodeos, it's a hobby. It's a love. It's something I do. So that just kind of sometimes sometimes we gotta go to rodeo just to go and take a break from home and vacation and sit around and talk with guys like we're doing right now. Or back home, you seem like you work every day. You're busy and it's fun. I mean, I really enjoy what I do.
So I got so many questions. I don't know where to start. I want to start at the beginning, but I also...
Yeah, I just walked right into it. There's all kinds of cameras and stick a microphone right in front of me. We didn't even get to really visit and see how things were doing.
How are things doing?
Good. Just out here in the great state of Texas where things are bigger and better, right?
Yeah. I mean, so they say. A lot of people say it, though.
Yeah.
No, we've been light to moderate ranching at Radiator Ranch. Doing a lot of these, doing a lot of videos, taking care of a few cows, trying to keep them not so cold and full bellies. About to start. We just got done calving heifers. And that's about it for me.
Nice. You've been busy.
Yeah.
Busy. You kind of you know exactly what I kind of deal with or what my life is a little bit. You do some cowboy and some ranching and you love being home and being a part of all that, but then you also kind of like to put the other hat on and come to town and jar loose and see what's going on and stuff like that. And I guess I'm the same way a little bit.
Yeah, rodeo gets, I know what you mean. Like, you don't want to go on vacation because it's almost like that's what rodeos are. You get to still go be a cowboy, but you're getting to go out and see your people and, you know, experience something, the thrill of competition. And so you get back home and you just want to be home for a minute. I feel the same thing. And I feel bad. You know, some people will call me to go to an event or a rodeo, and a lot of people have this tone in their voice like I don't know. I feel bad when I don't want to go because I'd rather be at the house. You know, just like maybe I just got back from a trip or something. It's like, man, I want to stay here with these cows for a second and make a few videos. But I'm grateful they're calling because I know one day they won't be calling anymore.
Yeah, that'd be nice when they quit calling.
When that long-haired YouTuber stops calling you to get on his podcast.
Oh, well. No, I've been wanting to do the podcast. I'm not a fan of it. I don't want to come up here and sit up in front of this thing, but I think it's good.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know who would want to listen to me, but I enjoy being up here. I listen to a podcast every now and then.
I like to interview people that I'm interested in. And, I got to open your snaps when you send them or the once a year that you post.
Yeah, I need I slowed down on my Snapchat quite a bit. I need to get back on.
Get your score back
when
up.
When I first got it, it was fun.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it kind of died out and went away. But I'll get back into it.
Let me tell y'all what you might see. It's one of a few things. So the one that's most exciting would be like he's got his camera up and he's showing you this huge canyon. There's not a town, a light, a road in sight for miles and miles, hundreds of miles. And he's panning the horizon, and then he'll go down to, he's horseback, and he'll show that camera down to the right of his horse, and he'll have a Maverick bull that looks like maybe 3 years old with its left horn recently cut off, and he's snubbed up to Derrick, and he's obviously leading out a Maverick, and it's usually about 10 seconds of a horizon and 3 seconds of this breathing hard Maverick bull with 2 or 3 dogs around y'all. That's the Snapchats I would get. Or the other Snapchat would be a doodle, a drawing where maybe you penciled in that same scene on a napkin. A lot of people don't know that. He's an artist. No. Tell us about catching those Mavericks. Where are you? What's the plan of attack? How far you got to take them? That kind of stuff.
The Maverick deal, it's hard to explain to people that don't know, people from different parts of the country, or people that, some of them don't even heard of what a Maverick is and stuff like that. And like, what do you mean you got to go hunt them, look for them, catch them, time, lead them? Like, why don't you just go gather them? From all different types of people, from even cowboys, like, yeah, I can go in there and I can bring my dogs and I can gather those, whatever. And so it's hard to talk to people about Mavericks or wild cattle or whatever you call it, unbranded cattle. There's all different types of words for that stuff. But we go a few times a year. It's all in Arizona, where we go Arizona, New Mexico, the southern, southwest region of the U.S. There's a lot of country there, big country. It's rough country. There's not much roads. There's a lot of brush and rivers year round, live water. Most of them are reservations. Most of them are on the reservations of a few different reservations. There's wild cattle that's been unseen, undocumented, unbranded, obviously, and no one really owns them. You can't gather them, you can't work them, and they're just a wild animal. They're just out there living on the land. So we get a crew together a few times a year, and we go driving there, packing there, set up camp. I believe it's like a hunting trip. I'm not a hunter, but I think it's the same kind of concept. You get your best friend or your best buddies together, plan a date, start looking forward to it, getting your stuff ready, your bedroll, your food, your stuff you need out there. You get all that ready, and then you get some horses lined up, get a rig, and then you pack all that stuff in there, and you all meet at camp. You get there a certain day and set up whatever you're going to sleep in, TP, get your all stuff, put the horses away, and everybody's there. It's fun. Everybody's fresh. Get to see each other, and on your way in, you're looking for cattle. You see some way up on top or way down low, or some are even on the road. It's fun being out back and outdoors, and the roads in there, most of the places are pretty cool. It takes a day or so to kind of get in there, and it's just a kind of a get together. That's what it is for me, especially nowadays. And you get there, set up camp, and then cook off the fire, sit around there, talk. Just pretty much all guys, and we all kind of throw in together and cook together, and we usually eat pretty good. That's one thing we usually do out there. And then we sit around, talk, and we all go to bed, and first thing in the morning we all get up and coffee, breakfast, fire. Whoever's up first builds fire. Every now and then we'll get us a cook and stuff like that, but most of the time it's just us. We all throw in and make breakfast and get done, and we'll go catch a horse and saddle, and everybody's excited. We get a couple ropes, some extra ropes to tie stuff with, tie strings and radios, and I was just trying to think of stuff we do. It's just walkie-talkies, whatever you call radios. First day is always fun. You're fresh, horses are fresh, and then you go to the spot that you've seen cows the day before or some, and then you just pretty much get after them. Go glass them up and see where they're at, and you kind of think which way they're going to go. And you go make a plan, and you try to just catch as many as you can. And as soon as you catch them, you tie them down. And once you tie them down, you maybe go help somebody else, or everybody gets all theirs caught or tied down. Then you go back and you got to go tie them to a tree, or pretty much there's a lot of trees out there. Go tie them to a tree. Snub them up to a tree, leave them overnight and whatever. And then the leading part, like you said, you come back the next day, and that's when you just snub up to them and lead them to the trailer and on the trailer and to the corrals, and eventually is back home or wherever holding pen, and eventually they end up at the sale barn. But it's a lot of work, but it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. It involves a horse, it involves cows, it involves friends, it involves all kinds of stuff. And it is scary at times too. When I was younger, I didn't care too much, it felt like, and I would go a lot faster than I do nowadays and stuff like that. But now we got a pretty good crew. I'm one of the older ones now, and I love to watch now. I'll just, when there's, 4 head, 5 head, and there's 6 of us or 7 of us, like, well, there's enough younger guys down there, enough kids up there. I'm going to kind of hang back, and I like to get up on the hill a little bit and watch those kids get after them. Then when they all get them caught, that's when I'll just trot down there and maybe heel one or help somebody tie one up, and that's where I do the Snapchat and the video. But if we're outnumbered with cattle, that's when I'll get involved, jerk my rope out and stuff. But I like to. One of my favorite things to do is get around them, like they're on the side of a mountain or something, and like sneak around them and come up from the top side and try to kick them down to the boys. That's my favorite part. So, but that's a little bit of some of the stuff we do in Arizona, and there's some places they're gonna have wild cattle forever, for the rest of my life, and as far as I know, they'll always be there because we won't ever get them all. They're in some bad spots, and after you chase them for a while, they get to know and they get smart, and they know where to go, and they know we can't get to them some of the places they go, and or it's not worth going to get them. So it's an enjoyable something we do back home.
Dang. No wonder you don't go on vacation. Why would you want? It sounds like the most badass thing that anybody that appreciates a horse, I think, would at least love the idea of it, because I understand too that even the getting out there part, a full day of just getting down those little roads, and you got to be patient and you set up camp. How many miles do you think you go in a day?
Like horseback?
Horseback.
I don't think that much. I mean, more like circles, and there's a lot of up and down there. That's what dinks a horse more than anything, is the up and down.
I bet you're not much, though, is much different than like just your everyday casual light to moderate cowboy. I bet you're not much as you come in from a not much kind of day and it's been 28 miles of riding or something. I don't know. I could see somebody going in there with you guys and getting completely worn out.
Yeah, you'll get wore out. The horses, man. It's kind of hard to look at them at the last day because they get the hard part about everything, those horses. But one thing I can tell you, though, horses are tough. Horses are tough. You come out here to some of these rodeos, and some of these guys, they think they're like humans. You know, they oh, it's 70 degrees. We need to put it, or 6 or 40 or whatever. We need to put a blanket on them or something. Like, man, these horses, man, they're tough.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm a horse lover, so that's one thing. When you get older, you learn how to take care of your horse. When I was younger, yeah, I might have rode some too hard to the ground or run the air out of them too many times and stuff. But now when you get older, especially if you've got a good horse, I like to take care of my horses out there. And it's always good to be the older guy the last day. Like those kids, they always have nothing to ride the last day. They're dragging out horses and they're sore and
yeah.
And then it's fun being the older guy the last day. Your horse is still running around the pen. And
yeah.
I guess that's just part about growing up.
So you kind of got a balance, though. You do want to take care of your horse, but on the other hand, when you get around maybe a barrel racer that's treating her horse like a prince or a princess, like there's a balance between maybe, he doesn't always need 4 foot of sawdust under his hooves to survive the night.
I'm not saying none of that's bad. It's just I'm saying is those horses are tough. All that sawdust or all that doing stuff they do for them. Yeah, it's good. I believe. Some of the stuff's maybe over the line, but I'm just saying those horses, man, they're tough.
Yeah,
There's some of that's probably the coolest animal I know is a horse.
Are there any of these horses you've ridden at any of your 11 NFRs that you've taken out?
No. We got the rope horses. We got rope horses and we got ranch horses. And
gotcha.
They don't.
You don't mix them.
Nope, we don't mix them. The ranch horses stay together, and the rope horses, they stay kind of in the arena and stuff. We use them every now and then just to maybe gather cows and stuff. But as far as catching cows and being hard on them, we got some horses for that.
Do you want one of these, by the way? You got coffee. You want to?
Never had one.
It's an energy drink. Anyways, only if you want one. You sure don't have to. It's up to you. What is it that made you want to be a team roper? Did you go to the NFR? Did you see one at a rodeo? What is it that made you decide you wanted to rodeo for a living?
It's been at an early age. I can't look back and I can't say there was an exact time. Mm-hmm. It was just mom and dad, they roped, and my uncles, they all roped, and my family all roped. So I was just kind of grown into it. It was just a part of what we did. So there was never a decision made at some point in time. Mm-hmm. That's just what we did. So I didn't have to decide on that.
Mm. Yeah. Being in Arizona, did y'all go to the NFR much?
Yes, it was not far away, maybe 5.5, 6 hours from where we lived. Yes, we went and we did the whole thing. We went there maybe a weekend, maybe 2-3 days every year. It felt like we did the whole Cowboy Christmas. We went through all the booths. We got all the autographs. I was the kid that had them all on the wall back home. All the older guys, and they're older guys now, but we did the whole thing. Every now and then we would go maybe watch rodeo. But that was the good old days. Like the good old days, the casinos were small, $1.99 for steak and eggs after midnight. The rooms were $40.
Yeah.
Not that much traffic. Parking was easy. But yeah, we did the NFR deal. We'd hit the whole deal every year. My mom and dad, they took us out there every year, and then that's when it used to kind of show on ESPN or in late and stuff. So it was fun being home watching it late at night, midnight or whatever. Usually kind of play and be over and stuff, and then actually getting to go there and seeing it and stuff. it was, that's where I guess it was brought into my mind. Like, this is what the National Finals Rodeo is, and this is who is there, and this is what they do. And then since then, it's always been something that I've wanted to do or be at or compete at. But I'll tell you what, I don't know if it was just that point in time or if it was me or if it was where we're from and what we did and stuff, but making the national finals it was almost untouchable. It was one of those things that was almost untouchable for somebody like me. It was just like, wow. I couldn't even imagine myself being there.
Yeah.
It was just an untouchable dream at the time. I remember like it was just something way off over there that people like myself couldn't be involved in. So that's always how it felt for a long time. And then the older you get, and the more you branch out, leave the reservation, go on inter pro rodeo, on and on, and then it starts to finally come like, hey, those professionals, they're normal people. They're just, you get to know them, and you talk to them, and you become friends, and like, that guy's just a normal guy. At first, they were heroes, like untouchable guys, and there was no interaction between me and whoever. Like, there was a invisible glass there where I just could see him over there, and like, but then you get to, like I said, you get to know him, and then you talk around more, and then you figure out like, hey, this is realistic. These people are real. The rodeos, there's a chance.
Yeah.
So then you get to learn that and stuff.
Who was one of the first ones that you really kind of got to interact with that you realized was just a person?
Well, we always had Jake Barnes. He was an Arizona guy, like Cooper, and they lived in Arizona a lot, and they were team ropers. So getting to know them, it was more like my dad was talking to them, and I was just standing in the back right there, and so it wasn't really me talking to them, but my dad talking to them. Guys like that, the Arizona guys, the Southern guys, they were the ones that first were kind of like, hey, these guys are normal guys. They do the same things we do. It was kind of them.
So you guys were, I mean, you grew up cowboying?
Not really. Yeah, but not like a true everyday cowboy. Like some kids, that's all they ever knew growing up is bunkhouse, catch a horse in the morning, work cows, nonstop every day. No, I grew up more of a normal kind of, not that hard. I wasn't that hard of a cowboy. But But the older I got, the more I kind of wanted to do it and get involved in it and be around those kind of guys. And still to this day, I'm still the same way. I'm still learning a lot. There's a lot to learn about cowboy. And it seemed like a lot of it recently, just the last 10 years, I learned more than I ever had before that. And there's a lot to learn.
Yeah. But you were around it enough as a kid that you knew that was what you wanted to do.
Yeah, that was, I knew that to think back, these questions are always hard because when you, like, when did you know? And all of this was at a young age where I don't really remember that kind of stuff. But the only thing I know is, as far back as I can remember, there wasn't anything else I wanted to do. So I know that's why I know I want to be a cowboy, because it seems like when you want to do something, you don't really have to even think about it. You're just doing it.
Right.
So you have to look back and think like, there wasn't anything else I want to do. So that means I was doing what I was wanting to do.
Right.
Seems like if you think back, there's some guys think, you know what, back in 2012, January 13th, that's the day I knew I wanted to be a cowboy.
Right.
Then they're doing some other stuff, and like, all of a sudden you want to be a cowboy. But a lot of rodeo guys and a lot of guys that are born into the sport, that's a tough question, because that's all they knew, and that's all they want to do. So they're just doing it. So these timelines. They're just
that's a good point.
There's really no timeline. So that's when you always have to think, like, you always got to ask them, like, is there anything else you want to do? And then like, then they, all the other stuff second, then they may be like, you know what, I want to try this one time or do that one time. But as far as I know, there was
So was there anything else that you did want to do?
There wasn't anything else I wanted to do, but I remember one time, I don't know why I remember this. I think it was maybe my 5th grade teacher or 6th grade teacher asked me, like, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I remember I saying, I want to either be a cook at Waffle House, like a cook at Waffle House, because I went to, it must have been fresh in my mind or something.
You just went to Waffle House.
But it is a good place to eat. It's one of my favorite places. I remember sitting there at the counter. You can sit there at the counter and you order, and then lady turns around and yells at the cook, like, overlight plate, bacon, waffle on 2, whatever, and then this guy starts taking all these food out and just making it. It looked so good. Like, man, that looks fun. And I remember they're always busy, so the cook's just nonstop. I remember saying that. And then another thing I remember is the other one was like, is there anything? She must not thought I was serious. She's like, is there anything else? So I remember saying, you know what? I want to be a bus driver. And I remember saying that because I used to ride a bus to school back and forth. And in those days, it would rain or snow or be muddy and dirt roads. And it was fun watching those bus drivers, just the big steering wheel. I mean, these buses were old back then. So they would just be gassing it, just we'd be bouncing around the back like, go, 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 go. And then a lot of times we'd be hollering, get stuck, like, hoping to get stuck. And every time we'd get stuck and the bus wouldn't go nowhere, we'd be cheering like, yeah, that's fun. So I remember watching our bus driver and then just driving a bus in the mud and these roads in the reservation. That was one thing that I remember that I thought it would be a fun job. So those are, I don't know, little stuff, but those are just little moments that I remember saying.
Yeah.
But as far as doing anything else, no. There's what I want to do. It was just that was the main avenue, and I didn't have to think about it. I didn't have to do anything. It was that's just something that I did, and I guess to think back on it now, that was something that I was going to do.
That's hilarious. I didn't see either one of those coming. The random thing I wanted to do as a kid was be a greeter at Walmart.
Yeah.
That didn't make any sense. You know, like I just thought Walmart was an interesting place. You know, you see so many people. And as the greeter, you get to talk to every one of them.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, like just trying to, when I went to school, and then high school. I remember I went to high school, and then graduation starts getting closer to graduating. And I was in that era or that time where people would say, hey, you need to go to college. That's what you're supposed to do after high school.
Mm.
And I didn't want to go to college, but I mean, I don't know if it's still like that now, but it was that you were probably the same way. Like, you got these teachers, these counselors, other parents, other kids saying like, hey, when you get done with high school, you have to go to college to set up your life. If not, you're going to be a fail. That's what the vibe was, or that's what everybody thought at that time. So I got done with high school, and I was like, well, I guess I'll go to college. And that was the time too where, like, even rodeo guys, like, hey, you need to go to school, stay in school. So that way, if rodeo doesn't work out, you have something to fall back on. Okay, another thing is when you get done with rodeo, you have a degree, you have whatever to fall back on. So, which is true. So I believed all that. So when I got done with high school, I went to college. I went to college for 3.5 years, community college right there. I did that. No college rodeo, nothing else. Went to some amateur rodeos at the time. So I went to college for 3.5 years. Finally, I was like, figured out, like, I don't even know why I'm going to college. I know what I want to do. So finally I kind of got an associate's degree, and I was kind of like into welding, like welding.
Oh yeah.
I was doing and I think what made me quit college was my welding teacher come to me one day. He said, "Hey Derrick, I got a great opportunity for you." I was like, "Yeah, what do you got?" He said, "I got a job in Phoenix, Arizona. I know this guy is up and comer. He's already had a name for himself. I don't remember the name, but he puts together bicycle frames. You know, like the frames on bicycles.
Yeah.
And when you look at those bicycles, they have wells on them. I mean, these pretty
sure.
TIG wells, like aluminum, stainless steel, whatever bike frame you want." He said, "This guy's looking for a guy, somebody that's good guy, show up on time." Like his guy was kind of bragging me up. And the main thing, he wants just pretty wells on these bicycle frames. And he's like, "You want the job?" This was out of the blue. Like, you want a job? You can go there now and make, I forget how much money. Like, it's nice environment, indoors. The summertime, it'd be 115 outside. You can be indoors welding. It's close to your home. It's clean stuff. Like, you don't got to be.
Yeah.
And it hit me, and then I was like, man. He's like, I told him, I said, "I'm going to have to think about it. Give me a couple of days." So I went home, didn't tell my mom, didn't tell no one. And I was like, bike frames. It was, at the time, I remember, it was like, that's got to be a good job. And I can't remember what the pay was and stuff. I was like, man, I could live in Phoenix, get an apartment, maybe whatever, start this thing, maybe just work my way up somehow, welding bike frames. And I tried to talk myself into it, but then I knew in the back of my mind, like, you know what, that's not for me. So that's when I really kind of start to think, you know what, I'm gonna be done with college, and I'm gonna start to do stuff. I'm gonna start to do what I want to do.
Yeah.
And then I started doing the rodeo deal, and I bought my card in 2004, I believe. I think, or my permit, whatever it was.
That's what PRCA said.
Yep. I think it was 2004. Maybe I bought it then or whatever.
20 years ago. Dang.
Yeah. And then I filled my permit, I believe, and I bought my card right after that or some. So I started entering the pro rodeos at the circuit rodeos. I was heeling at the time and entering with some local guys around the house, just kind of jumping around through there. And I think the first pro rodeo I went to was in Flagstaff, Arizona. It was a small rodeo not too far from the house. And I just still remember, like, hey, this is it. I'm doing it. I'm a pro rodeo guy, and I'm in it. I got my card. It doesn't really mean nothing now, but at the time, it was more than anything that I ever do. I thought I'd do. Then you go on out, and then you enter more rodeos, and circuit finals was the first major accomplishment for me. And a lot of people probably don't. There's probably a lot of people listening that don't understand what that means or what it is, but it's the finals within your circuit of the pro rodeo deal, and it actually means something to make that.
Absolutely.
That was the first thing I made, and I remember getting a coat. It's like, man, this is it. Like, it's a turquoise circuit.
I'm gonna wear this in the summertime. Like, never take it off.
It was kind of blue right here, and it kind of had brown leather sleeves. It said Team Roping Circuit Finals Qualifier. And we're, I believe, in Lake Havasu, and Lake Havasu's hot. Like you said, I was wearing this thing in the sun, and I was taking care of this thing. Get done with it, put it nice on the seat, and just like, man, just sitting there looking at it like, man, this is it. I done it. Like, there ain't nothing else that I want.
Yeah.
This is it.
Forget those bike frames.
Yes. that was never a question no more. And I remember that was the first major accomplishment that I done. And then and this jacket, I still have it today in my closet. I took care of it. I remember wearing it to the local, every time something important happens at home, I wear it to, I don't know, the state championship basketball game, or like just the family get together, or I'd put this on, and it made me feel good, like I was somebody every time I put this dumb jacket on. But that was one of the first things. But now it's what, 2025.
Yeah.
But the other day, I don't remember why I called PRCA. I was checking my account or something, and I was talking to a lady, and she's really nice, and she wanted to talk. Most of the time, they're just there for work and whatever you need. That's all. And she's like, I think she asked me, "How you doing?" And I was like, "Hey, I kind of surprised, like, hey, I'm good. How are you?" So I got to visiting with her a little bit, and I said, "I'm curious. The reason I know when I bought my permit." I said, "When did I become a member?" Okay, she's like looking up my deal. She said, "You become a member of permit in 2004. You bought your card right after that." And she's like, "You've been roading for a long time." I said, "Yeah, too long." And she says, "Looks like you're doing pretty good." I said, why you say that? She's like, "Well, you got almost," it said, the money one, my whole career, 1,947,000. 1,947,000. So I was like, "I almost got 2 million." She's like, "Yeah, you're almost there. You got," I don't know what she said, 47 more thousand. You'll have 2 million in your career. So I was thinking, like, dang, 2 million. She's like, "Yeah, you're doing really good. Yeah, you need to keep it up." And I was like, "No, I'm just sitting here thinking, wonder where all went." So anyway, so she was still wanting to talk, like, say, "Okay, well, if I bought my card, then that was how many years?" Something like, she started doing the math. It was all on her. She's like, "Okay, you had your card for this many years. Okay, there's 365 days in a year. And the reason why we started doing the math is that, you know what, you bought your card exactly 20, I don't know how many years ago, but you bought it on this day, January, whatever last week was.
Oh, it was on the same day.
Yeah, same day." So that's why she was interested. Anyway, she started doing the math. There's 365 days in every year you had your card for this long. And then she divided that with my year current earnings. And she said, "You know what? You've been averaging $253 and something cents a day." I'm like, yes.
That's better than day work wages.
Yeah, since 2004, I've been averaging $253 a day.
That is some fantastic math.
Yeah, she did it all, and I was writing it down. And I was my cow deal. I was writing it down on it, and it's still there.
That's hilarious.
I got all the exact number. So she was telling me, I wrote it the exact day when I bought my permit, bought my card, my actual career earnings with the cents, the days, and she told me all that.
That's funny, just because, like, I've been a couple of places where they'll pay $250 just if you're there 1 or 2 days. Usually it's more like 150, 165.
Yeah.
And used to, it was always 125, and then occasionally you get 175. And then this one place I used to go to, they'd give us 250 if we worked the whole day. So that's funny that over the course of your career, what do they say, Sterling Crawley, if you break even, it's a free vacation. Mm-hmm. So, man, where did it all go? $2 million.
Yeah, that's kind of neat to look back on that kind of stuff, and especially now when a guy does stuff like this, because I don't think about it every day. But when people ask me, "When'd you start?" or "Why'd you start?" or "How'd you start?" or then you get to thinking back on all these memories and stuff, and it's neat to look back and think I've won that much money. I guess. So I guess that's what you call a career. I don't know.
So if that's how the first circuit finals felt, how did your first NFR feel?
I always just, this is when making the NFR become an actual, like a real serious goal. when I knew I could make it. I still remember the exact day. It was in August of 2007. It was in August of 2007. It was after Cheyenne. I remember in 2007. I bought my card in 2007, and I actually decided, like, you know what, I'm gonna go hard. Or actually, I didn't decide that. My partner did. I was roping with Victor Eros at the time. He said, "Hey, let's go. I want to go." So I'm like, okay. So we started at Guyman in 2007. We went through the summer. Had a pretty good summer.
And at this point, you're heading.
I'm heading now.
Yeah.
I'm heading now. So we went all the way up to Cheyenne. Did pretty good. I think we won maybe second at Cheyenne or something. So we went back out west a little bit. And I was in Blackfoot, Idaho. We had a day off or so. I was in Blackfoot, Idaho, in town. And we went to the local. I went to the local. Nothing to do by myself. I went to the local library. I still remember this. Go to there. You fill out a form so you can become a member of the local library. Just wanted to get on the internet, the computer, to check the world standings. So I went in there, big computer, typed in www.proto.com, pulled up the team roping standings. And I was 21st in the world. 21st
in August.
In August.
Ooh.
And since that day, I was like, you know what? This is doable. I can make the NFR. Like, see my name 21st with all these other guys. Like,
yeah.
And I just been having fun. I mean, just going. And to see my name within those world standings is like, that's only 6 spots away from 15th. It's funny when you first go, like, all you look at is 15th. Like, you don't even care about first.
Right.
Well, for me anyway. So since that day, I knew it was something that I could do. So then went out through the whole season. Didn't make it. But I knew I had a chance. Went home right before Pendleton. Went home like, you know what, next year, I'm going to try it on. So the following year, I went to all the winter rodeos. Went through the whole summer. Same partner, Victor Eros. That's the year in 2008. So first year I made the national finals. But making the national finals the first time, you always, when you're a kid, you envision, like, I wonder how I would do there, how I would walk around there, how people would treat me, like how the fans I would get. Like, you think about all these things, like, I wonder if I'm going to get nervous. I wonder if I'm going to get scared. I wonder if you think about all these little things of being in Las Vegas. Where am I going to stay at? Am I going to stay over here, eat this, eat that? Like, just check everything out. So I think about all these things before I got there. But it was a real moment being there, getting there and going with my family and getting the back number. And it's dumb how that little piece of thing just makes it feel like it's the whole world. At the time, there wasn't anything else more important than that, and that little back number or whatever. It's like, this is it. I done it. So that was the first moment that I know of, that I can recall, that I know that I done it, is getting the back number. And then you go through the motions of being there, and then the grand entry the first night's the first time.
Yeah.
First time you actually kind of get the feeling of you made it and whatever. And then the roping part, that's just roping's roping. That's natural. But
yeah,
it seems like making the national finals for me is more the stuff away from the arena, the outside the arena.
Yeah.
That was the fun part for me.
I guess you wore your circuit finals jacket there.
Nope.
You did?
I had my NFR back number jacket, and that I wore that jacket all week that week and didn't hardly take it off. And then got done with it, and I gave it to my mom. I said, well, here you go. You can have this one. And that's probably the nicest jacket that they gave out since it was the 50th anniversary. Nice kind of black jacket. Had some red on it, and the nicest ones that I've been there. I don't know how many times, but that's the nicest one that I know that I got.
11.
Dang, that's funny. Like, because you were probably like, oh, they're probably like this every year.
Yeah. This past year we got a suede, it's like a welding jacket. All that suede gets on. I wear a black shirt all the time. The suede was just stuck all over every time I took my coat off. Like, God dang it. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting old. God needs to appreciate everything. But when you get my age, you can make fun of whatever.
Well,
right?
when you've had 11 of them, it gets a little easier to.
Well, I wasn't the only one. There was other guys saying the same thing. Like, how can you wear that jacket with all that suede? Like, it has a back number on there. I don't care. I'm wearing it anyway.
How did you feel, and how did I'm curious how you viewed the practice pen. Did you have to turn a lot of steers to feel like you could be competitive?
Practice, there's two versions, or there's when I was younger, I was just, like I said, doing it to do it. It was fun. Didn't have to make myself. It was just like, let's go rope. Like, let's not really working on anything, just enjoying roping, like fun. We used to do it. I used to do it all the wrong way. We used to just used to be NFR practice every time. Duck, turn the steers, like as fast as you can go all the time, doing the whole wrong way. There was no, nowadays people like ride your horse right, get to your spot, like take your time, set it up. Like as kids, that's the way they're kind of taught now. But I remember when I was a kid, like, what do you mean set it up? This is a timed event, and we just go as fast as we can. I mean, it was fun. So the practice part of the time was I did it a lot, as much as I could. Didn't have to think about it. Didn't have to make myself do it. Didn't have to work at it. It was just something we did. Mm-hmm. But then you get to a certain point, then it starts to turn. It turned really way a lot now. Now I hardly practice. Just now it turned into a job. I gotta make myself. I dread it now. Like,
really,
God, I gotta go, and you have to. You gotta practice. So I gotta make myself practice now. Like, God dang it, there's other stuff that I want to do, other stuff that I need to do. And they're like, well, I guess I'll go catch my rope horse, and I'm kind of grumpy when it comes that time. Like, grumpy getting my rope horse and saddling him and doing the whole thing and warming up, bringing up the steers, and kind of grumpy. And I got to watch myself because there's other people around, other family members that rope, and younger guys. My nephew who wants to rope, and I can't be that grumpy old guy. So I go there and pretend I'm having fun, and really deep down, like, God dang it. Or anyway, so right now it's different. It's different. It's a dang sure job now. And I always said, when it turns into a job, look out, watch out. And it's got to that point now.
Well, there's just so much going on with team roping. You know, like with saddle bronc, for instance, I guess you could see a guy getting to where like he's riding really good and everything's great, and maybe he's not getting on practice broncs because he's going to a lot of rodeos. But with team roping, man, how's your partner roping? How is your horse doing? How is his horse doing? And so I feel like you could be roping the best you've ever roped, but you still need to practice because maybe your horse needs to work. I don't know. Is that sometimes you find yourself, you got to still go turn them just to make sure that you and your horse are in tune with each other?
Right now, at this point in time, I'll tell you the two main reasons why I rope. Two main reasons why I practice. The main one is for my horse. He needs it. It's good for him. You got to practice on him to keep them tuned up, keep them in shape, keep them working. That's the main reason I have to go do it. And then the second one is I feel guilty about it when I don't. When I'm just at home. That's one good thing about roping with who I rope with right now. And that's almost a bad thing, as I'm roping with Coulter. And he's okay with me knowing I don't practice. He knows I'm doing other stuff. Like, he knows. but then I feel guilty when I'm just jacking around all week at home. I got to come here to San Antonio. Like, then I feel bad here at the road. It's like, man, I didn't even rope all week, and I'm over here spending money getting here. My partner has to come here and not feeling like I'm ready. So those are the only two main reasons why I practice, just for my horse, and then just sometimes it makes me feel guilty. So
Gotcha.
every now and then I'll go practice like, well, all right, I did it. Put my time in.
Yeah.
I feel good about it. But
That's a crazy accountability too. I didn't think about that side of it. Like, obviously because if something crazy happens, you know, it was neat to talk to Trevor this past summer on the podcast. He talked about if something didn't go well, it seemed as though he was better at shaking it off than other guys if he knew he had worked and he's prepared. If something didn't go well and he felt like it was his fault because he wasn't prepared, he was a little more frustrated with himself. Kind of the same thing you're saying right now. And I could see that. But, man, the element of, well, all timed events have also your own horse, but then team roping, having another partner and his horse to think about, so much has to go right. So much has to go right. Had you ever thought about another event?
Yeah, but not like on a serious note, no. There was no other event that I ever thought about doing, wanted to do, but like on a just, there's saddle bronc riding is one thing that would be another event that would be cool to do. I would never do it. I would never have a chance to do it. I mean, yeah, I'll have a chance to do it if I want to, but that would be the only one, but not at a non-realistic look at it. But as far as a realistic event, like, you know what, I'm going to try that.
Well, what about that other event that you entered that one time? The buffalo ride.
Oh, yeah. You know, that's one thing I regret. Not the buffalo riding. One thing I regret in my younger life, or whatever you call it, is getting on a real bull. Never been on a real bull. I grew up watching bull riding. I was in that era of the big, tough, hard-headed names. And I grew up when the PBR started, and I grew into that, started watching it. I was a fan, knew all the bulls, knew all the bull riders. I watched a lot of bull riding and listened to all those guys, commentators, talk about he did this, he did that, he did this right, did that wrong. They slow motion everything, like, and then just being around bulls and being around guys and the mentality. And I always think, you know what? I bet I could ride one. It can't be that hard. It can't. But I never been on it. I rode a lot of calves. I rode a lot of sheep, a lot of calves, quite a few. I mean, a lot of steers, quite a few cows. But cows is the highest I got. I'm sure I rode a smaller junior rodeo bull, but I'm sure he wasn't fed very good or whatever. But like an actual full-grown bull,
yeah,
I've never been on it, and the regret I have is I always want to know what it felt like. I always want to know what it felt like to get on a bull, how strong they are, what it felt like just kicking.
You saying that makes perfect sense, because watching the bull riding at the NFR, you're always behind the chutes. You know, you're back there helping somebody, which I love to see. But for some reason, ever since college, I've always liked to practice, you know, bull riding, bronc riding, bears. Like, it's like, I think you should, a rough stock guy should always have. So I've always created that opportunity for myself. And with that, I've been the go-to guy for so many people. Hey, I want to get on a bull for the first time. And I kind of lose count at how many people I've helped get on their first bull, whatever. Most of them don't keep doing it. But all of them, unanimously, almost all of them, have assumed, golly, this has got to be easier. This has got to be like way easier than it looks or whatever. And I would say most of them were proved wrong, but occasionally there's somebody that comes in there and just has talent from the get-go. And every now and then you get somebody who gets really good really quick. And I think that every bull rider, every rodeo fan out there would agree that you are probably that person. Like that you could probably just stick it on a little duck spinner your first time. I could see that happening. And also the fact that you told me this, I said made a comment about you being bow-legged, and you said, no, I'm bull-legged. They're just made to go around.
Yeah. That's one thing I regret. And I don't want to just get on a straightaway hopper or something that just kind of flat spins. I want to get on something that like actually kind of comes out there, bucks and kicks a couple times and turns back and kind of gets it on a little bit, just so like, hey, that was the real deal. And I
bet you could do it.
I'm gonna go down thinking like, you know what, I could do it. I could do it.
You're only what, 41?
Yeah.
You're spring chicken. You should come out to Winnebago. We'll stick you on one of my just friendly up and down, around and round, all the way to Paytown, as Randy Kateri says. I bet you could do it.
I've watched enough of it that I would think so, and I've watched all the guys, how they do stuff, watch bulls. Don't get me wrong, some of these bulls nowadays are rank, and I never been on one, but I know how strong they are. Just working with them, being around them, handling and stuff. I know how fast and how strong. That's one thing a lot of people don't realize when they're watching bull riding. Probably the guys like you're talking about, like, oh, I can ride that. But it's different. As soon as you crawl down on there, you're like, hey, this is a dang sure animal. And I can tell just already how fast and how strong, how you think, oh, it looks all smooth and slow. And no, I know that's never the case. It's
right.
I mean, I've been on some bucking horses where you're looking that way, this way. Everything's fast. Don't know what's going on. But
of all the people that I've helped get on their first bull, that they were surprised at actually how hard it is. You are definitely way more cowboy than any of them. So that's why I feel comfortable saying that I feel like you'd probably.
And then, have you seen some of those bull riders ride a horse? That's one thing I don't understand is you're a bull rider and you are a good bull rider. Good. But you can't ride a horse?
That's a really good point.
That's one thing I don't understand. Like, the horse runs forward and they go back, like, or a horse stops and they tip forward. And then, like, I don't know. That's one thing that makes me scratch my head is,
yeah.
Like, I mean, national finals, it's the only place, or rodeos where they do victory laps. That's where I know. I can see this hero of mine just ride the heck out of this bull and like, hurry, run, get on this Grand Entry horse, and they run over there and then I don't even know how to get on him. And then they just run out there and like, oh, it's crazy.
Oh man, that's such a good point. Yeah. Maybe it's either a testament to they don't know how to ride a horse, or maybe some of those victory lap horses they hand them just are that hard to ride.
Yeah, that is probably the case too, but still.
Speaking of, didn't you like bring you a donkey or a mule?
A mule?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to do with the donkey, Derrick Begay? Teach it to eat sugar cubes and sit on its arse. Who wrote it though? Wasn't it Zeke?
Yeah, Zeke wrote it. He wrote it. He wrote all 9 nights except the last night I finally got it back. Yeah, Dana-Farr.
Yeah. So one thing that puts you close to bull riding, you rope some bulls at the PBRs. That seems like a fun gig for you.
Yeah, like I said, I always been a bull riding fan and always want to be involved in it, be around the guys, be around the bulls, be around the atmosphere. Like those PBR guys were same time as NFR. I watched NFR at the time where all those guys were superstars, untouchable guys. And the PBR was the same way. So, like, you know what? I'm not ever probably getting on a bull. I'm not a bull rider. What's the next best thing I could do to be involved with those guys? And I've seen the guy on the horse. Like, you know what? That's what I want to do.
Yep.
So
I was going to say bullfighting.
No, not bullfighting either. So that's how I got involved in roping bulls, because I wanted to. That's something I do know that I want to do by watching it.
So did you call Cody?
Yes, but not really. Just called him out one day. You kind of gotta show these guys you're interested a little bit, whatever you're getting into. You can't just call Cody Lambert because someone gave you his phone number and say, "Hey, Cody,
Right,
I rope bulls at the PBR," and then he's gonna be like, "Well, first of all, I don't wonder who this is. I don't know who he is." Like, yeah, we'll see what you do. But
I bet he knew who you were. If you were to call him, I bet.
well, this is at an early time. Like, still haven't make the NFR. Still haven't.
That's how long
Yes.
ago.
Still
Oh, I
haven't
didn't
done
realize you
nothing.
had. Gotcha. Okay.
So that's when you have to start building yourself around these
Okay.
guys, going to some PBRs,
Fair enough.
being around the bull riders, and then they get to seeing you, and then they know if they know you're interested and you want to do it, and you like that's, and then you work your way in, then you feel like you kind of got your foot in the door a little bit. Then that's when you have to ask, like, hey, you know what? That's one thing I really want to do, and you still don't kind of ask. You just kind of just plant the seed or throw that out there, and then like, you know what, all right, well, whatever. And then maybe the next time, then you can come back and say, you know what, man, I want to do that. That's something I want to do. And if there's a chance for me to do it, or if you need somebody, let me know. That's one thing I want to do. And then you just work your way. That's how I did it.
Yeah, I was picturing you've already been to 7 NFRs. You're dragging out Maverick bulls that big, leading them out of the desert. And you can rope, from half a mile away. You can throw a rope and catch the right horn. And so that's what I was picturing. Like, Cody's like, yeah, absolutely. We'll have you. Do you ride your ranching horses, or do you ride your roping horses?
Roping horses.
Okay.
Well, yeah, most of the ones I ride are I don't know, back and forth, ranch horse, rope horse. What are they? They're on the line.
Uh-huh.
When you go to those bull riding events, especially, I guess PBR is the ones I do the most. You are there for a job. The reason they hired you is to do a job. So the first thing you got to be on is like on a good horse. So I'll try to get on the best thing I could get on, because you're there to do a job, and there's some serious situations, serious moments, and so that's the first thing you have to remember. You're there to do a job, and then the second thing I remember, like, hey, I'm a fan. I get the best seat in the house.
Yeah.
But the horses are really important. You want one that it's like a rock show in those places. There's lasers, spotlights, smoke, fire, flames, steam, anything they can think of. The PBR's done it in those little deals, little venues, fans right on top of you, music just going loud all the time, announcers yelling. It's a pretty tough environment for a horse. Yeah. So you want one that will stand there, and then you obviously want one that's broke, that will get away from a bull fast enough to get away, and then still good enough you can rope on or drag stuff, and strong enough. It takes a good horse.
Got to have everything.
Yeah, you can't just go riding there with anything.
Dang, that's a good point. It does have to have everything.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because if I don't have a horse good enough, then I wouldn't do it. First of all, you'll probably get somebody hurt, or second of all, you'll make yourself look like a fool or whatever. So yeah.
What about picking up?
That would, when you asked me earlier about what other event I would love to do, picking up would probably be the next realistic dream of what I would like to do, like NFR status, like making the NFR. That's one thing that I would like to do. Picking up, I love picking up. It's the next best thing to getting on a bronc, I guess, because I'm not getting on one of those either. So that's just part of being picking up. I'm a fan of rough stop, and I'm a fan of bucking horses. There's nothing cooler than good bucking horse. And I'm obviously a fan of bucking horse rides. So I'm a fan of all that. And it involves, I guess everything I like doing involves a horse, a cow, or a bull, or a bucking horse, or whatever. And it's
The only part that'd be hard for you would be the travel, huh?
I thought about that because I don't like to leave home no more.
Right.
It would be tough. So I will always think, like, wonder if I actually tried it. First of all, I'd have to get a really good set of horses together. And then you got to get the jobs. Say I do get the jobs. Say I come to...
Let's say when you get the jobs.
Say I come here to San Antonio, work for... Start at the bottom, start with the service. They might hire me.
I'm going to clip that.
No, you can. Binion and Chase and them boys, they're really good friends of mine. I've always helped them. They put on the rodeo, the reservation, so you can leave that.
I thought you were going to say, well, you know, they've hired Dale Brisby before, so I know that. Well, yeah, I know I can get a job if Dale's worked for him.
No, they understand, but no, I'm good friends. I mess with them all the time.
No, when I said clip it, I mean I'm going to like post that alone by itself.
Oh yeah, yep. There you go. But anyway,
yeah. Let's say you get San Antonio.
Say I get San Antonio. I got to leave whenever it starts, and it goes on for what, 3 weeks?
3 weeks, 21 days.
Come here, leave home for that long, and sit around at one rodeo the whole time. And I don't know if I can do that. I'm sure when it gets close to rodeo time, or sorting broncs, or being around the cool parts, yeah, it'd be like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. But the downtime of the rodeo gets over and like sit around, wait for tomorrow, and then the fun starts coming up again. I don't know if I can do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's I don't know if I can do it. I guess I want to say probably no, because if not, I'd probably be doing it now.
Yeah. Fighting bulls. I've only picked up at like 2 rodeos, but fighting bulls, I did that enough where I did that exact thing. And it is so much more fun to actually be entered and just go compete. The actual thing, I think, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. When you're actually fighting bulls or you're actually picking up, I think then you forget about the sitting around at a hotel and just feeding. And as fun as a rodeo atmosphere is, it's almost, there's days, especially when you're on the production side of things, when it's like 11 o'clock and, you know, the dust is blowing an empty cup down the stands, where it's just almost depressing, and you're just like, and you're just waiting on everybody to get there, and you can't wait for the party to start, but you know it's, 8 hours away at 11 a.m. Like, it's almost like the opposite of the party. And well, all right, enough about me talking about production. I got a couple more questions.
That picking up, there's a guy has to work your way up for a job. It's like anything else. There's enough good pickup men out there that they got the rodeos, they got the jobs, they got all that stuff. So, like I said, I'm gonna have to work my way in there. First of all, you got to get a good set of horses. It's a lot of work, maybe more than team roping. You can't just get one horse. You got to get at least 4.
Yeah,
at least. I mean, 5 is realistically, and then work your way up, and then you got to start getting your foot in these little doors and picking up here, picking up there. And
have you ever picked up? Have you ever actually done it?
Yeah.
I assumed you had.
Yep. Yeah. So then, there's a lot to it. It's not all of a sudden like, okay, I want to become a pickup man, go from right here and be at San Antonio the next day. No, it's well, maybe, like I said, maybe for surveys they'll just hire a guy right off the street. Maybe they'll get me.
There's guys, I think you've got the makings of exactly what it takes. For instance, Taus Muncie, he said he's picking up at more perfs than what he would be entered in.
I mean, surveys hired him. Yeah. I was kidding, Taus.
But New Mexico Cowboy, he's got the foundation of being a cow puncher.
Binion's such a turd, if you know Binion. So that's why I say all this. Chase, I love Chase. He's a quiet, good friend of mine, and they don't hear very good, so you got to yell at them all the time. But I like the series.
Yeah, man. they pulled a big nasty prank on me. I think it was year before last. Got me kicked out of San Antonio. It was funny. I'll tell you all about it. I was going to ask this just out of curiosity. Is it offensive? Do you find it offensive to be called an Indian? Or do you prefer Native American?
No, Indian's what I've been called my whole life.
Okay.
So there's nothing offensive about that. And when I'm introducing myself to somebody, I say Native American, but no one really calls me Native. None of that bothers me. There's a new word that come out. I don't know how many years ago, indigenous or something like that. I don't even really know what that means. Seems like that's what you guys call. I don't know.
Yeah.
But no, Indian. Indian's always been the word that grew up around us or within us, or that's what we use. That's what, when I first started pro rodeoing, that's what everybody called me, an Indian, or they got all the Indian jokes, or I got all the Indian sayings, or all the things involved in Indian, and I like it all. I mean, friends give me all the Indian jokes, and
I don't have any good Indian jokes.
None of that offenses me.
Gotcha.
It's not offensive to me at all.
No, I wasn't setting up for a good Indian joke, but I was just curious. I asked Dougie Hall. Do you know Dougie?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what. And he said that's what it says on all the treaties and everything.
Oh, really?
And so that's what, because he calls himself everyone's favorite Indian. Does that find you offensive, that he thinks he's the favorite?
He probably is. Yeah.
So what was it like? I'm super curious about this. Help me understand life on the reservation compared to anywhere else in the country. Because you've seen it all now, rodeoed all over the U.S.
We still live in teepees, and we still hunt buffalo.
Just what I thought. That's exactly what I told you, Carson.
It's there is a lot of people that think that, like
really?
People from different states and different people that don't know what reservations are, or they still think that, but no, it's life on the reservation. It's different than anywhere else. It's always been home. That's always where home will be, and it's good. I guess I can say it's a good place. It was a great place for me to be raised at, a great atmosphere to be around. Mm-hmm. The people were great. The small community, no stores, no big towns, just live off the land. The reservation, it's who I am. So it's a great place to be from. I'm glad I was raised there, I guess is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's just like anywhere else. There's bad stuff too. But as far as I know, there's everything good about it. People are good, but it also feels like it feels like the reservation there's a bubble around it, or there's a boundary around it of some of the opportunities that are beyond that, or some of the things that it's like our people are almost not, I don't know what the word is, brainwashed, or if they stay within those boundaries. They're not really thinking about some of the stuff they can do out there in the world, and they're kind of just the reservation's a comfortable place. Mm-hmm. And it feels like some of them need to go out and see some other places, get uncomfortable, be around other guys, be around anything else, just to go see what's out there. And it feels like it's just it's closed in, and that's the way we want it, or that's the way we're raised, or that's the way that's just the vibe around there. That's the only thing that feels like it's that way. And I want some of these people to go out and see some stuff. Like, hey, there's a lot to learn out there. And also, the reason I'm saying is because I was one of them. I'll admit, I wanted to be home. I was comfortable at home. I was doing the things I wanted to do at home. I was too scared to leave the reservation, to go out there and see what life had in store for me or whatever. And I was one of those guys. And you have to go out. The neat thing about being from the reservation, you can always go back. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be home. It's a proud place of where I'm from. So I'll always have that with me. But it's fun to get out here, come to these places, meet other people, have conversations with them. You can learn so much, and there's so much stuff out there. And that's the only thing about the reservation that's just kind of fresh in my mind. It feels like when you ask me like what's it like on the reservation, but it's just like anywhere else. It's life. It's fun. You got livestock. You got people hauling water all the time. You got little towns, and we don't have much resources. It's.
Do you feel like you have in a lot of ways more freedom on a reservation?
I feel comfortable, if that makes any sense. I feel comfortable. I feel I'm among my people.
Okay.
So it feels comfortable. So I guess that would probably give me freedom, I guess. Yeah, I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be at. I'm at home, and it's comfortable. And I don't think a guy should stay comfortable. Yeah, be comfortable for a while, but not all the time.
You bet. Yeah, so the was it Yeti that made that film? Did they call it was it a Yeti Presents where they did Navajo Son?
Yes.
Yeah. How did that? I feel like I was a huge fan before that. I feel like you were a celebrity before that, but it seemed like that really educated people on Derrick Begay and the path you were on. Was that a significant moment where a lot of people kind of started to recognize you more, or did that not play a factor?
Okay, yeah, you're talking about the Yeti video they made. It's been on YouTube. It came out, I don't know, a few years ago, but I had a pretty good relationship with it. I still do. I remember I was at the American one year, and that's when Yeti was out for a year or so, a couple of years with all these rodeo guys.
Yeah.
Like, especially with the bull riders, like, hey, that's cool. Yeti's a sponsor with these guys, like big brand company, like they don't even need they're so big they don't even need any cowboys, or they don't need any kind of recognition. It's like, man, it'd be cool to have a sponsor like Yeti. This is when I still just had the regular rodeo related sponsors and stuff like that. And I got to the American one time, and Corey Weezy was one of the Yeti guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I won the American that year, luckily enough, and it was the right time, right place, and he was giving out awards or something. And I just threw out like, hey, I'm interested in this Yeti deal. Like, I kind of want to be a part of it. Like, not really asking, just like I said, you just got to kind of get to know these people and stuff like that. So I knew Corey a little bit. And then later on, he calls and like, hey, we want you, whatever. Like, kind of surprised, like, okay. So I started my relationship with Yeti and then got to know each other and got Yeti in my shirt. And it made me feel like somebody special because I had a non-rodeo related sponsor. That was one of the first ones. Like, hey, these guys, they're not a rope company, they're not a boot company, they're not a hat company. There's something way off over here that it's finally nice to see a non-rodeo related sponsor in my shirt. Like, I think that's how it's supposed to be. Anyway, I got to know Corey a little bit. He called me one day. He's like, we want to make a video or movie, whatever. And like, and they're sponsors, so you can't say no. Like, okay, we're going to send a film crew to your house. I said, all right. Just of what? They just, I don't know, just everyday stuff. We want to just tie in Yeti. Yeti is a brand that, they're not really like worried about a patch on my shirt. They're not trying to sell a product. They're not. They like people's lifestyles, what they do, how they do it. that's what they really like.
Yeah.
Like a few years ago when I wanted to slow down and not rodeo no more, I called them like, hey, I'm letting you know that I'm not going to rodeo no more. Like, no, we still want you. Like, why? Just because of who you are, the location you're at, what you do for a living. Like, we want to be just a part of that. Like, okay. Anyway, so they send this film crew out. Like one day they call like, hey, we're coming in. There was 3 vans that showed up with all this equipment. These guys I didn't know, I mean, techie guys. None of them really knew anything about rodeo, and they show up. One producer and whatever, and like, it was overwhelming just to see like these 3 rented van or SUVs they rented from the rental car place pulling, and we started getting footage, just everything, little stuff I do. Let's go here. We went to a few places. They went on the road with me a little bit, Reno, some rodeos. We went to Monument Valley. Did some stuff and stuff like that. And they were there they came 3 different times. And we're there for maybe a week or some, 3 different times. And I'm not kidding you, they probably spent, I want to say at least $100,000. And I'm not kidding, because the equipment they had, there was I think like 6 guys, and every guy had it. One was for sound, one was for video, one was for whatever they do. And they had motels, they had all these rides, all this stuff, plane tickets, whatever. And every time we eat, they buy, and it had to cost a lot.
Yeah.
And they were there for like 3 weeks, and like, well, okay, we're done. Like, finally. I thought it was just going to be a little deal like
this.
Yeah, like this. And then later on, a few months later, like, hey, we got it done. We want you to watch it, and if you like it, we'll use it. So they sent me this video, and I got to watching it, and then like, you get this feeling of, like the good emotion, like your chest feels good about it. You kind of get emotional a little bit. Like the very first time I watched it, like, hey, this is neat.
Yeah.
Like it made me feel proud of who I am, kind of deal.
Yeah.
So it's like they did a good job on it. Like, heck yeah. I just like, yeah, this is good. Didn't have to change nothing. So that's what they did, and that's the video that come out, and a lot of people recognize that. They say, hey, you're the guy on Yeti.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a really neat video, and stuff like that. So that they did a good job telling a little bit of the story I got and who I am and where I'm from and stuff. And then my family, and it was a good video.
I heard that they were going to call it Everyone's Favorite Indian, but Dougie had already had that copyright.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. But wasn't it? It ended up being, because like a Yeti Presents is typically, like, I know the Robert Mims one was maybe 4 minutes long, but yours ended up being a bigger production. And I remember the release of it was just a really big deal.
Yeah, it was one of the, they took me back with that video of all the moments, and hearing like a lot of times they interviewed my family, so I didn't know what they were saying. They were over there.
Yeah, so that's the first time you saw
That's
it.
the first time I saw it, and just to listen to some of the stuff my own family members said on there. So I was like, hey. So
had you realized up to that point that you were as much of an inspiration to, using your words, your people?
When you're sitting in this chair or when you're in front of the camera or whatever, it's always hard to naturally think that. But to actually think about, yeah, I guess I am. I am an inspiration.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to think that because I don't feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
But when people bring it up and people say, hey, you inspire me, and like, then I got to think back some of the stuff I done and who I am. And like, you know what? Okay. Well, but I just don't naturally think like, you know what? I inspire all kinds of people. It's never that way. It's, you got to kind of bring it up for me to think back on.
Yes, sir.
People I inspire. Yeah. To really think about it from another standpoint. Yeah, I guess I do anyway. Some anyway.
Yeah. I bet there's a lot of kids on the reservation trying to be team ropers now that maybe wouldn't have otherwise.
I think there were going to be team ropers anyway.
Yeah.
At rodeo on the reservation, it's pretty popular.
Uh-huh.
It's always been popular. It's always been there. So there were going to be team ropers and riders and whatever they want to do. That's always been there. Even if I didn't make it, somebody was going to. Obviously, I got two of my best friends. Eric Rogers, he's also from the Navajo Reservation. We all grew up like brothers. There's Aaron, Sin, and Jenny. We all grew up in this little team roping world, this little environment. We're all kind of from the same place, same kind of. And those two guys, they're world champions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, coming from where we did, who they are, coming up in this big league of other rodeo guys, and it don't get no higher than that. And both of these guys are world champions. It's you really don't see it that way because it's just life goes fast and whatever. But if you actually think about where we come from and who we are, like those guys done it. So it's neat to think back on that kind of stuff. But somebody was going to do it anyway. Obviously, they did.
Yeah. So 2 pieces of equipment I want to ask you about. You built from the ground up the most awesome truck with stock racks. It's almost like bigger than, would you even call them stock racks? Like that the tank on the back of that Ford pickup that you haul your horses in is so cool. You still have it?
I got 2 of them. I got a couple of them. One's like a bigger stock truck. It's more for like hauling cattle, like a bigger bobtail or whatever. Then I got the horse truck, the ones with the dog boxes, and then the ramp they walk up on, and more of it like in a 550. I got 2 of them. I don't know which one.
Yeah, the one with the white cab.
Yeah, okay.
For your horses with
the
ramp.
Yep. Yeah, that's always been like I said, I kind of grew up welding all around stuff, and then putting welding with what I know welding and knowing livestock and knowing what kind of rig I want. I sit around. I guess it all started with the drawing, like just doodling. Like, plus Arizona has a lot of those kind of trucks. The terrain there, it's better to have a bobtail or a horse truck or whatever
rather than pull a trailer.
Yeah. So it all started with the drawing, like just playing around, and like, you know what, I want to make a truck like that, because you can go buy a stock rack somewhere and put it on an old truck and throw a horse in there or whatever. Like, I want to make one that's nice, something that I want myself. So I drew it on a paper, just a doodle. There was no measurements, no whatever. So first thing I did, go buy a truck, get on. It was Craigslist at the time. Find this old Ford, 95 Ford. It has the longer bed, so the axles sit back a little further than normal.
Right.
4-wheel drive, standard. Okay, that's the truck I want. It had a big, it was a landscaping truck. Had like a big cab in the back where they shoot the leaves they chew up or whatever. So it had that on there. So it was orange, brought it home. First thing I did was cut that big box off, resold that box, and then just had the truck in the bed. And then I was sitting there for a long time, a couple months. I just drive by it every day thinking, okay, where do I even start? So first thing you do, start one piece, next piece. And then you just kept adding on pieces. And I kind of built it the way I just was imagining. Sometimes you got to cut pieces off and redo it. It actually was a pain in the butt. I work on it for 2-3 days pretty hard, and then I get frustrated and I get tired of it, and I'll leave it for a month or so, and then I'll get back to working on it. But the main thing on that thing was I wanted a ramp on it. People have box trucks, stock racks or something, but I've never seen one with a pull-out ramp. Because getting your horse in is the main thing.
Yeah, teaching them to jump in and jump out.
And most places, Arizona, there's a bank everywhere.
Yeah.
A ledge or whatever. You can easily back into whatever. But I was thinking, what if I go to town, go to roping or something? I want to walk my horse up a ramp, load it up. And then a lot of them have the back door where it lays down. You got to stand a big big door back up, and they're heavier than heck. And I was like, okay, I'm not gonna do the stand up door, and I'm not gonna jump my horse in that. I'm gonna make this cool ramp. So it took me forever to find the ramp's actually aluminum. It comes off of a cattle pot, the inside, the ramp that goes to the top deck inside the trailer. So I was looking for this ramp forever. Could not find one. I was in Stephenville one day. Went to the sale barn, and I seen this wreck cattle pot in the back. I didn't know no one there, so I got talking. Kind of finally found the owner, and like, what are you gonna do with? There's a ramp inside that wrecked trailer over there. It's like, yeah, I'll sell it to you. What do you want for it? He's like, 500, and that was a lot. Like 500. There's no way.
Yeah.
And then I looked over there, looked at it, kicked it around. He was sale barn guy, busy guy, like just never really gave me the time. Just kind of big dog me and said 500, and just kind of walked by, just. So I was in this ramp forever. I think I came back the next day, looked at it again, like 500 is too much. Anyway, I bought it. So I got this ramp. Then I built around it. Like, okay, I'm gonna slide it underneath the bed. Built around it. So that was the main thing, is making sure I had a ramp on it. So I started building around the ramp, built it up, dog boxes in the front, a little cab deal in the front, and you can. So that's it. Just built it on the way I went. So it's I like it. It's pretty neat. It's pretty handy.
It is. It looks perfect. The other thing you built that I got to see in person was the trailer, the half top. You still have it?
Yeah, I still have it.
Yeah. Good, because you told me you were going to sell it to me if you sold it.
That was, at the time I was looking for a trailer. I was in the market for a half-top trailer. So I got to calling around all these trailer companies. And those trailer companies, they're lazy. They say, oh yeah, we build these custom trailers. They're wrong. I've called every big brand on my phone or whatever, like, okay, I want an 18-foot trailer, a 4-foot dog deal or a 4-foot deal, another deal, and I want it this way, like this. They're like, no, we can't do that. And then all of them ask them why. Is it because we have a pattern for every one of them? Which is, I mean,
understandable.
If you can build a lot of trailers, you buy material already pre-cut.
Yeah. I just got, by the way, did you try Easily?
Yes, I did.
Because Easily has a new owner, and I customized my trailer down to the inches on this thing.
Good.
So, anyhow.
Well, I might need to talk to him because I do want another one. And
okay.
At the time, everybody was so into manufacturing trailers to a certain point.
Yeah.
They wanted cut 6 inches. If he said, I want it 6 inches shorter, they'd be like, what?
Yeah, this guy can do that. That's what he did on mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways.
So at the time, I was trying to find this trailer that I had in mind, what I wanted, but no one could build it for me. Finally, I was like, you know what? Heck, I'll build it myself. And I'm not a trailer manufacturer. I don't know. I mean, I've pulled them around my whole life, so I have an idea what I know what I want, and I just don't know. So I got to looking at underneath all these trailers every time I go somewhere. And then it takes 2 main pieces on the bottom for the frame. Start with the frame. Then you just you start with the frame and build a corral on top of the frame.
There you go.
That's what it is.
Right.
And then the roof part. That's what I tried to just imagine.
Make it simple.
Yeah. So that was.
It's crazy how well built it is. I mean, obviously, it's not crazy that you're a good welder, but I'm saying it just looks like something that came from a trailer company. And it's wild that that's your first trailer and you made it look that. I feel like if I put a trailer together, like it would be crappy welds and it would look like the trailer that a little kid drew on a piece of paper.
But I put a lot of time into that thing. And it probably cost me a little bit more than I could have bought one for. Mm-hmm. Because you spend more money on certain parts. So now I know why. Now I know why those trailer manufacturers were really just freaking out.
Yeah.
Because they got everything down to science on what to buy, how much parts it takes, how much it costs. so they can put
Gotcha.
these trailers together so they're affordable. So I was just buying raw metal by the sticks, by the whatever, now cutting them pieces, and it's a pain in the butt to cut a bunch of pieces the same size, put them in, and so I found out why those guys were so not want to do a custom. But I that trailer made me mad. It made me so frustrated. It took me probably a couple years, probably almost to do.
Yeah.
Because I get tired of it. I quit on it and leave it for a month or two and finally get back to it. I finally had my cousin come help me one day. He was helping me, and it was hot. We were cutting. No, I don't have a shop or nothing, just building out to open. And I told him, I said, if I ever get this thing done, I'm going to take it to the finals. And I just kind of, just use people, cowboys throw stuff out there all the time. And I said that. Anyway, got it done, whatever. Made the finals that year. Cousin's like, hey, you remember you're taking that trailer, right? You said it. And like,
we keep our word around here.
yeah. So that's the year I took it to the finals. I didn't want to take it because it was kind of
cold.
Well, no, not that. I mean, we only live 5.5 hours. It's not cold. And like I said, horses are tough. We pull them around. Guys pull them around stock trailers all the time back home where I'm from. Leave early mornings, come home late nights and winters. But I took it to the finals, and it was kind of a distraction a little bit.
Yeah.
Because everybody there was their living quarters and whatever. And I got this stock trailer I brought just because my heart itself said I would take it. And that was the only reason I would take it, because I said I would, because I was frustrated at the time building it.
Yeah.
It made me mad. So that was the reason why I took it that year.
What, with all your shenanigans out on the reservation catching mavericks, like what, you've had to have seen some wild wrecks. What's one that comes to mind that you find yourself telling the story of?
Well, you don't know.
No, I do not.
We try to stay away from the wrecks.
Okay.
It feels like the crew I'm with and me, myself, we know there's a limit. Yeah, we only got one rule on the ranch, is never let your rope go. That's it. And it's more just of a joke than anything. But we're not afraid to pull up when we need to. We're not afraid to let our rope go when we need to. There's always another time to catch a cow or a bull or whatever. And so we try our best. Cowboying out there doing that stuff's dangerous. And there are wrecks involved. And you know how it seems like when you go to a lot of these places, cowboys are hard-headed. They have an ego like, yeah, I'll grit and I'm going to go chase this thing. I don't care if it busts through these branches and if it hooks my horse, and like I'm going to tie on and I'm going to. We try not to be that way. We try to do it right where you don't want to let that critter get away, but you also want to think for yourself and think for your horse and stuff like that. That's how I was kind of always around it all the time. It's, when you're after some, like, you don't want it to get away, but then you also got to pull on the reins every now and then and say, hey, that's not worth it. Let's let that one get away or whatever. But as far as wrecks, there's nothing crazy that I can tell you. Not yet, anyway. I mean, just probably the normal stuff. Maybe those bulls. They're the hardest things. Like I said, they're strong. They're powerful. They're first of all, they're wanting to get away from you. But when you chase them to a certain point, then they want to turn on you. So you got to kind of catch them before they turn. But then if you rope them and you get them stopped, when you see you turn, the first thing to do is come back to you.
Up the rope.
So the bulls, and then there's some big steers. Those are the two main ones that are scariest, because most of the time you catch them, your horse is tired. There's more stories about a big bull or a big steer and you got a tired horse. that's where it seems like the wrecks happen more than anything is when you get in that fight, especially when you're by yourself. So those are the things that scare me more than anything. Is when I got a big bull on the end of my rope and my horse is tired, because those horses, they don't move as good as they could when they're tired. Because you chase these things forever. Sometimes I do anyway. Most of the time I catch them, their tongues are hanging out. But no, there's not really any bad wrecks that.
What's something that people out there for the first time might be surprised about? Like maybe a fundamental, or maybe something somebody does wrong, or just like a surprising, kind of like the horse being tired when you get to them. What else is something a guy may not think of that when you're chasing those Mavericks? I'm just curious, like if a Texas cowpuncher were to like tag along, what he would be like, man, this really surprised me.
Probably when you're leading out those big bulls, because they're big and they're strong and whatnot and mean and whatever. You catch them, tie them down, tie them to tree for a day. If they're real big, 2 days. But when you get to leading them at first, it's pretty hairy because you get them off the tree and snub them up the horse. At first, it gets pretty hairy because he's wanting to hook you and whatever. But what probably amazes people more than anything is after you get these bulls to lead, and the main thing is you want them to become buddies with you. Mm-hmm. You want your horse, you and the bull to become buddies. And there's a spook man that's in the back, and he's the guy that stays way back. You want that bull to keep your eye on him way back there, like he's the bad guy. And what's surprising a lot is you'd be surprised where those bulls want to go when you got them snubbed up, because they want to leave the country, especially when they figure out like, hey, that guy's way back there. Mm-hmm. Let's keep going. Like, let's get away from him. Mm-hmm. So the most surprising thing is these big, strong bulls. If you lead them a ways, mile, 2 miles, especially if you get on a trail or something, you can lead them like a horse. You just got to be quiet. They're snubbed up to your horse, and then they're looking around stuff, but they're looking for the guy way back there.
Yeah.
You can, after a while, you can undally. You can kind of like play with them. Like they don't even know they're getting led, because they think, hey, this horse is my friend, and we're leaving the country. We're getting out of here. I was tied up down in that canyon all night. There's a guy down there. He's still behind us somewhere, so we need to keep going. So they stay with you. You can take them up some steep trails, or down, and then they just follow you after a while. Like they're just.
So how do you tie them up to the tree?
First thing you do is when you rope them, tie them down. You don't ever really want to drag them when they're up on their feet, because it kind of teaches them a bad habit. In Arizona, there's a lot of trees. There's brush, mesquite everywhere. So there's always a tree nearby. So first thing you do is get them to a tree as however you can, drag them on their belly. And then you just get them a foot away, and then most of them have horns. Go around the horns, around the tree, back to the horns, and tie whatever knot you want. A lot of bowling knots and half hitches. And then just let them get up after that, and they just stay a foot away from that tree all night. You got to kind of trim the tree up a little bit where it's nice. They got a place they can go around it.
So it's one just loop around the tree, so it's loose, so they can go all the way around the tree, and then it's around their horns. And then their head gets real tender.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I guess that's what.
I was just assuming maybe that's why you leave the big ones 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
It kind of puts the handle on them, like, hey, there's a rope on my head, and then it kind of gets them broke a little bit. It's like tying up a colt up for the first time. Like after a while, like, hey, we're tied. We know we hit the end of it, and that's it. So that would probably be the most surprising thing, is how amazing those big, mean, monstrous bulls will lead after a while.
What's the biggest one you've led?
Trying to think. Most of those cattle, they're kind of Hereford looking things. Mm-hmm. Hereford. So those Herefords don't get too big. I mean, those bulls, they get big and wide and muscular and stuff. But as far as they don't get real tall, but in the last 2 years we've been getting these crossbred bulls with these blacks and stuff, and so there's been some black bollies, now some solid blacks. Like they're getting big, like as big as your horses, and their heads are right here, and their heads are about that big around.
I mean, they'll be I mean, you've 1,600 pound.
Yes, and the mealies are the worst because
I was going to ask, how do you?
The mealies hit way harder than a horn bull.
Really?
Yeah, because these horn bulls, they got these big horns their whole life, so they know where the tips are. So when you do catch them, the first thing we do is we cut the horns off. So then we tie them to the tree. So the next day, or whenever you're gonna lead them, they think they have horns, so they'll try to.
They'll check up too early.
Yeah, but they think they're using the tip, but the tip's not there no more. So they're actually missing you.
Yeah.
But those mealies, their heads are hard, especially those really nice, smooth ones. They look so soft and whatever. Those ones are the ones that hurt because they know where their head's at.
Yeah.
And then they go sideways in your leg like that. Oh boy, those are the ones that hurt the worst.
Do you just usually, for the first bit, you just ride with your leg up?
However you need to.
Yeah.
However you need to.
You wear like a kick pad, like a pickup man?
That's a good idea, but no.
Yeah. They would tell you ain't no cowboy.
No, I wouldn't. I don't care. I would use one, but it's just you're in the moment so much that you kind of almost forget till it's time. Like, oh dang, I wish I had some.
Yeah.
But those mealies are the worst. They know exactly where their head is, and they just.
You probably use a different saddle too, or gear, because now all the right side has blood all over it.
Yeah, that's a bad part about taking cool pictures and stuff like that. It's always looks bloody and doesn't look that good, but yeah.
How many do you think you've let out?
I don't know. There's some cow catchers in Arizona that been doing it their whole life, and there's this one guy. His name is Dwayne Reese. He had a little map on a picture one time, and he had like a little thumbtack on all the places he's caught cattle in Arizona. And I was like, that's cool. Pretty neat. Pretty neat to have all those and stuff. That's cool. But I guess pretty much every cow you catch there, you have to lead to the road at some point.
Right.
So
all of them.
Yeah, leading's a big part of it. It's just we usually leave that for the last day, especially with all these boys, because they just want to catch. They just want to catch cattle.
Yeah.
You see cattle like, hey, let's go, let's catch those. And then the lead out day is what we call it, the last day. They always say, put your blinders on. That means like, hey, we're going to go get the cattle that are tied up.
Stop catching.
Yes. And then you see these cattle way off over there, and these boys. Next thing you know, we're 4 ridges over, catching more cattle to tie down and tie up, and then you end up being there an extra day. Then lead out days, you gotta stay disciplined and just go do your job and get the ones that are already tied up to the trailer, to the corral. But lead out day is always tricky because you always see cattle the day you're gonna lead them out.
Yeah. What's the longest? How many days do you stay out?
About a week is good enough for me.
I bet.
I want to go home.
Like a business week, 5 days, or you mean 7?
5 days is good, but a lot of times you end up 7. But no, that's long enough for me.
How many horses do you need for 7 days?
That's the tricky part about horses is it's hard to get a lot in there because you can only fit so many in your trailer.
Yeah, because you got to haul the cattle out.
The more horses you can take in there, the better you are. But you can only take so much because you got to pack hay, whatever, food, dog food. So you only have enough room for as many horses. The more horses you take in there, the better you are. But most of the time, it's 2 is the probably minimum. 4 is pretty good, and you can kind of rotate them. So 4 would be ideal. But you gotta at least have 2. That way you can switch them out every day.
The reason I asked earlier, whenever you were roping bulls at them PBRs, do you take your ranch horses or your rodeo horses? Because I figure those ranch horses will be pretty catty at getting away from a bull. They've been out in the desert, like if you're roping Mavericks.
Those lead horses, the best lead horses are the ones that just kind of slower, bigger, just really not want to get away from nothing. So those are the ones that like to get. They don't mind getting hit on. You don't want to really take those really touchy ones because they get kind of hit on a lot, and those are the ones that don't like it.
Yeah.
But no, the PBR deal is different. You want to have one that want to get away, and then those lead horses, you want one that's like a tank, like you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
You got kids now?
Yes, I got a 5-year-old girl and a 2-month-old little baby girl also.
I bet you're a good girl, Dad. I bet she melts you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I bet.
Yeah, I can see I got a pink cup.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you got it. What's her name? Your 5-year-old?
Her name's Brindle May. And then I have the little 2-month-old girl. Her name's Rattler Marie.
Oh, those are pretty names. Yeah. Dang, I bet she's got you wrapped around her finger. That's why you don't want to go rodeo, huh? Or it makes it hard to drive down I-40.
That's the one question that makes me feel guilty all the time. A guy can feel bad about himself when you bring up rodeo and family and kids and stuff, because I feel guilty about that, especially now because my 5-year-old girl, she's 5 years old, so I don't want to miss nothing, but then I'm out here doing stuff and whatever. Yeah. So there's no balance. I don't know how you can. I think about it a lot. Like, how do you balance family and, I guess, work, rodeo, I guess? You can't, you don't. But the only way I know how is you got to enjoy both whenever you're doing both.
That's a good point.
If I'm out here rodeoing, I better be enjoying it. When I go home, I mean, yeah, that one's easy to enjoy. And that's the only way I know how to balance it, I guess, if there's a way.
And it's hard to take them with you.
Yeah.
It's hard on them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, you would think it'd be fun out here, but it's really not. I mean, you got to be in a horse trailer, parking lot, shower and whatever, and just a little space to live. And I don't know how some people do it. They take their family year round. I mean, good for them.
Right.
But it's just, it's almost unfair for them because they got to go through all the hard stuff, the travel.
The hard stuff. Yeah.
But I take them every now and then. We got our places.
Well, it's probably, I mean, her being 5 years old, she doesn't realize yet quite the legend / celebrity that her dad is. That'll be something later that I'm sure she grows to respect and be excited about.
Yeah, that I don't know. I look at her sometimes when we're in an odd place where I'm dressed my regular clothes at the grocery store or just anywhere, and run into somebody that wants a picture with me. And I'm with her, just me and her. Mom's not there, no one, just me and her. And somebody will come up to me like, "Can I get a picture with you?" And then she kind of got it down now, so I kind of got to push her to the side over there, and I get to stand here with somebody to get a picture. And I'll look at her, she's like,
"What is going on?"
Yeah, she's I always like watching her. It's fun.
Yeah.
So I enjoy it when I'm with her and somebody asks me for a picture. I always like, now she got to, I don't even got to push her to the side. She'll just step away, and she's always just like, doesn't want to look, but then kind of looks and like just.
At 5, she's probably getting to where she could take the picture for him.
Oh yeah, she knows now. I always just wondering, like, wondering what she's thinking, and wonder why these people want to take a picture with her dad, and like, it's funny.
That's funny. Yeah, man, I knew you had kids. I couldn't remember boys or girls, and yeah, I can see you being a girl dad. That's awesome.
Yeah, girl dad. I don't know much about boys, but they say girls are a lot of work and they're easy. As far as I know, it's easy.
Yeah,
they're smart. Listen, well, she does anyway.
Right.
So far, anyway. But it's hard to get mad at them.
And you live on the reservation still,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. That's cool that she's going to have a similar upbringing that you do. Yeah. Well, I don't want to hog up most of your time. I just, man, I'm a big fan. I've been looking forward to this. I'm glad we got to make it happen.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I got nothing to do today. I was Fort Worth last week, and then I did some sponsor stuff the last couple of days here in Texas.
Oh, yeah, you went over to do that. Were they having a Lineman rodeo?
No, they have a, one of my sponsors is Quantum Services. They have a training facility right up here in LaGrange, Texas. It's a big, they call it the Lazy Q. It's just a training facility. They got all different working scenarios of stuff, workshops, training rooms, a bunch of bunk houses, cafeteria, just a place where people, linemen, want to come go to school, and you're there for, I think, like 15 weeks. Everything's provided, and they train you up, get you a job, and you can go away from there. So we did that the last couple of days. It was fun. They had some high school kids there, and so I've been doing that the last couple of days, and nothing to do today. I got nothing to do today. We start in San Antonio tomorrow, then we'll be here for the next 3 days. But so I'm not sure what I'm gonna do after this.
I heard one time you went, when you were younger, you went to you were going to the NFR, and somebody sold you fake tickets.
Yes, it's a it's a true story, and I still remember it pretty good. What
happened?
I was with my dad. I don't remember the year and stuff, but this was before I made the finals. Never made it yet, and I was old enough to know stuff. We went to the Cowboy Christmas. This was when it was at the Sands. They had the Sands right there. They don't have that there no more. We went in there. We walk around the place, just check everything out. We really didn't used to buy stuff. We just used to look at stuff a lot. Did all that, got the autographs. Then on our way out, there's the Sands, and there's a little street corner. You got to walk down the Sands, and you get across the street, and you finally get to the parking lot. So we're walking down through there. We stop at this light, red light. Have to wait to go walk across. Just me and my dad. And then I remember walking across that, and then we get to the parking lot, kind of going across the parking lot, and this one guy comes up. I still remember the way he looks. He comes up to us and says, "I got rodeo tickets for sale. You need any tickets?" My dad's like, "What do you got?" And he said, "I got 2. And then he said, "How much you want for them?" Like I said, $100 each. And my dad thought about it for, I remember, I was standing there, I was looking at this guy. I still remember the way he looks. Like, man, this guy, I'm not sure about him. Not a rodeo guy, not anything to do with rodeo, just total different guy. The guy I'm not sure about. I could remember seeing that. I had these 2 tickets and showed my dad, and real. So my dad gives him $200. We weren't planning on going to rodeo. This was, I don't know, probably 3 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever. So like, hey, we got tickets. Like, I was excited. We got back to the truck. And then right there on Tropicana, there's a Motel 6. Right there. There's like a Hooters and Tropicana or whatever. Right there's a Motel 6. We went back there. We parked the truck. We went in the room. We were there for a while. We kind of got cleaned up or whatever you call it. We're there for a little bit. Then we walked down Tropicana all the way to Thomas and Mack.
Oh, dang.
It's a ways.
Yeah.
I mean, we got nothing to do, and we're from the reservation, so we don't really know town, city, or whatever. So we walk over there. It's fun. Like, heck, we're fixing to go watch the national finals. So we go up this nice big stairs, and I just see everything. I remember all this. It was like, wow, going up these big stairs, go through the door. They had a scanner. Makes a noise. Scan our ticket. It makes a noise twice. But the noise come from the next person beside us. And then these people were just coming in. So this lady wasn't really she probably just thought it got scanned. But we had fake tickets. And I don't know how we got through the door, but we did.
Oh, y'all got in.
We got in, and this is before the rodeo started. We walked around the deal, and like, this is cool. We got some stuff to drink, some snacks. We walked down. We're in the plaza down on the bottom. I remember we're probably about 6 or 7 rows down from you come down plaza, down the stairs. We're off to the left right here. Those 2 seats right there. About 2 seats from the stair rail. Those are our tickets. Sit down in there. We're just waiting for this rodeo to start. Just kind of a little dark, whatever. And this rodeo is fixing to start. And these 2 people come down. I could tell they were like, I thought they were going to sit around us or whatever. And they were looking. Rodeo guys are all nice. Rodeo fans, they're nice. Yeah. They're not going to say like, hey, those are our tickets or those are our seats.
Yeah.
So I could tell something was wrong. They were looking. They knew we were in their seats because everything matched up. They looked at it a few times, but they didn't say anything. So they go back up the stairs and they tell one of the people that worked there, like, hey, where's our ticket? Where's our seats at? So I see him coming back down with one of the people that worked there and like, excuse me, these are those seats. And I'm like, no, these are our seats. My dad kind of said that. Like, no, come up here. Let's get this figured out. Let's see your tickets. So we went up there. They went to scan our tickets. Nothing.
Dang.
Sorry, guys. These tickets are fake. Where'd you get them from? Bought them from this guy in the parking lot. Like, sorry that you guys can't stay. So like, dang it.
Golly.
Yeah, it was a pretty big bummer to miss the rodeo, but I was kind of upset because that guy screwed us.
Yeah.
I was more mad about that. So we walked down. To think of it now, I probably felt bad for my dad at the time. At the time, I didn't care. My dad, he probably felt bad. Go down the stairs. We walk all the way back to the Motel 6. And then it's kind of, it showed, I remember watching on TV, it kind of delayed a little bit. We sat there in the room, but that was the one time. So
I didn't realize you got in.
Yes, we got in.
Wow.
We got in. We sat down. We were sitting there.
Yeah, somebody told me like, oh yeah, he got sold fake tickets once, and I just thought that was the end of it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't bring that story up because I would be embarrassed if we just got bought fake tickets and didn't make it past the door. But we got in.
Golly.
We got in, and that guy got us.
Would that have been your first time to watch the rodeo in person?
I can't remember. It was one of the first times, but I can't remember. It was still first time enough for you, like everything was new still, so maybe.
Yeah. Dang.
But no, that guy got us, and that happens out there. This year I kind of had another one of those kind of moments, but not about tickets. But this year at the NFR, rope one night, get done. I usually watch the bull ride. Watch the last bull buck, and then I run through the deal, and I get to the elevator, just elevator at the bottom. Wait for the elevator. It takes you back up to the concourse. And then I get out of the elevator. You got to go. Everybody's leaving by then. Then I usually go to my family usually waits. So I got to go upstream the crowd that's coming. Wanting to go out. I got to go up it. A bunch of people coming out. And I was going through there. And this one lady, a Navajo lady, older lady, she said, Derrick. And I thought she was just a fan. I mean, she was. So I was like, I was kind of wanting to get to my family. So I was trying to like pretend I didn't hear her. So I was like, just.
Yeah.
And then she says it again. It's like, so I pretend like to look. And I kind of just wanted not to go there. But finally she says my name again. Like, so I turn like, pretend like, hey, how you doing? And you know, the whole deal. And then she's like, how you doing? Good to see you. And just really excited, really, really excited. And I got to talk, I'm good. How you been? Whatever. And then she started to get like, I started to figure something out. I was thinking, this lady acts like she knows me. I don't know who she is. She acts like she knows me. Like, remember me? I'm like, most of the time I say, yeah, just, and then blow it over. But then she's like, yeah, it's me, whatever. I don't want to say her name because she might hear this, but, and I was like, you know what? No, I don't remember you. She's like, remember, it's me. Remember, we were talking on Facebook. We've been messaging. And I since then, like, okay, I know what's going on. She's been messaging somebody on a fake account.
Oh, dang.
And then I was like, oh, really? What? So I was like interested, but then I was like, what's been going on? Like, I don't know. You're going to have to remind me. She's like, remember I sent you money?
Ooh.
So now I was hooked. Like, I was kind of mad at she sent money to somebody we didn't know.
Right.
So I was like, okay, how much you send? She said, remember I sent you $1,800.
Oh.
She said, I sent you $1,800 total 4 different times.
Whoa.
And that was, by this time, I was like, are you serious? She's like, yeah, it's me. And then she was kind of wanting to hug me, and who knows what was said between both of them.
Right.
She was kind of getting kind of close, like,
dang,
like kind of rubbing on me a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was like, but I knew, I was like, I wonder what they talked about.
Yeah.
All this stuff. And then finally I was like, you know what? I said, whoever you were talking to, that was not me. She's like, no, it's you. You have 2 kids. You have made the national finals. You're here. You're there. You sent me this picture, and somebody did a good job. And she was telling me that. I'm like, yeah, you're all right. Yes, that's correct. She's like, yeah, so yeah, that is you. And finally I was like, no, ma'am, listen to me. That is not me. She's like, so I said, show me. So she's like, look, right here we talk. And I could see a little bit of messages. And I said, click on that person right there. She did. I said, that is not me. She said, yes, it is. It says your name. It has your picture.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, you're correct. It does say that. That is my name and that is my picture. But that is not my account. And she's kind of old enough that she's not just real. She don't know this stuff.
Yeah, she's not real savvy.
Yeah, this stuff, she don't really know this stuff happens.
Yeah.
She's just thinking she's been talking to me the whole time. She sent, who knows, some guy or some girl, whoever was behind the deal, money 4 different times, $1,800 total. God. Finally, she finally got to understand what was going on. And she felt bad about it. She kind of felt embarrassed. And I felt bad for her.
Yeah, $7,200.
Yeah, no, $1,800.
1,800 4 times.
Yes.
So.
No. It was $1,800 total. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
$1,800 total.
Gotcha.
So now I felt bad for. Now I was rubbing on her like.
Yeah. Like, hey.
And I'm sorry. I don't know.
It could have. At least it wasn't more than 18. I mean, 1,800 is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but like, she could probably recover from that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. Oh, one of the things she's like, remember, I gave you a horse. One of the conversations, I gave you a horse. Like, no, that ain't me. Anyway, so I felt bad for her. I said, man, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to do. I feel really bad for you. I said, be aware of this kind of stuff on the internet. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens a lot. And I don't know what to say. That's the part where I need help with my like social media.
Yeah.
It's been a deal for the last 2-3 years. People message me like, hey, this person's asking for this. This person asks for this. Is this you? Is this you? And those are the messages I respond to. No, that is not me.
Yeah.
And you got to be aware of that kind of stuff.
I had a lady show up at my warehouse. That same thing. I don't know how much she had sent. I wasn't there, but Lisa, my warehouse manager, like just had to like reassure, like, listen. I mean, I think this woman was maybe 70. And just thought we were going to elope.
Yeah.
And like Lisa had to assure her, like, whoever you've been talking to, it's not Dale. Kid Rock said he had a lady show up at his gate with a U-Haul and had sent $30,000. And they thought they were talking to the real Kid Rock and that he was about to get a divorce and that Kid Rock and her were going to elope. And yeah, $30,000 this lady sent somebody. Emptied out her bank account. Like maybe refinance something. Anyhow. Yeah, that's you can't believe everything on the internet. I mean, they're not all as trustworthy as Derrick Begay and Dale Brisby.
Another story I have on the internet. This one's funny, maybe not funny, whatever. Same situation. we were in the Northwest this past summer, and Coulter's been with me the whole time. So he sits over there. I drive most of the time, and I got my phone hooked up to the truck, whatever. Somebody calls, it goes right to the pickup. But we're waiting for some call from somebody. Anyway, this number comes up, and it's from my Facebook account. People can call from that. I said a name, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. So I press hang up. It calls back again. So I was like, man, it must be important. So I press answer. A lady on Facebook again calls me, some stranger. Man, you better leave so-and-so alone. I seen you were messaging her. Leave her alone, you dirty blah, blah, blah. Just call me every name in the book. And Coulter's right here. And Coulter's, he's a straight up, don't listen to bad word, kind of like just, like doesn't, like this kind of situation's awkward. Like, and I was like, who the heck is this? She's like, I'm sorry, man. I think you got the wrong number. She's like, no, I'm calling from Facebook. It's you. You've been messaging so-and-so. I seen your messages. Leave her the F alone. So I put a mute, like, I don't know what the heck's going on. And she's madder than hell. And I said, well, calm down, calm down. I said, let me explain to you what's going on. She's like, no, it's you. It's from your same thing. It says your name, your picture. It says you're from Sabadell, all this stuff. And like, man, no, it's not me. It's still madder than hell. Blah, blah, blah. And like, so mad, finally, I just hang up. So she starts inboxing me just all these bad words, blah, blah, blah. And she keeps calling. And I felt bad about it. Like, you know what? I need to clear this up. And the bad part about all this, it was the lady that was calling me was with another lady. So there were two ladies that were in a relationship together.
Ooh.
And supposedly some
Fake
account was messaging this other lady. They were having whatever you said about these conversations. So I was like, I need to clear this up. I can't go without. I need to try my best to clear this out.
Yeah.
So this lady kept calling. Finally, like, well, I'm going to answer. And this one took me a while to clear up. I'm like, man, she would not believe me. I said, I swear. I said, I'll give you my real phone number. I'll give you whatever you want me to do to prove that other account is not me. Finally, she come around.
Dang.
She was pretty respectable after that. Like, I'm sorry. I understand what's going on. And I haven't heard from her since then. But
yeah, because you don't want necessarily somebody out there thinking that you're a home wrecker.
And
that's
and she was like threatening me, like, I'm gonna kick your, I'm gonna blah blah blah, like bad.
Yeah.
So that stuff happens. Just imagine some of the stuff that I don't hear about.
Yeah.
But no, right. I don't hardly. I'm not a real social media guy. I don't really message no one. I don't really. You get some good messages on Facebook and Instagram of people like actually want help or needing help, or those are the ones I kind of respond to, or some people are so nice that they give you right, and I'll respond every now and then, but like just some of the other stuff.
It's funny that like there's some people out there that any fake account can message them and they will believe that it's Derrick Begay or Dale Brisby, but then there's a lot of people that will come to the booth. I'm sure you get this too. Like yesterday at the booth in San Antonio, a girl comes up and says, "You're not the real Dale Brisby." And I was like, "Yes, I am." She said, "No, you're not. When will the real one be here?" And I was like, "All right, I'm a lookalike, and the real one will be here in about an hour. He's a really great guy, and he pays me well." And she was like, "Oh, I got to leave. I won't be here in an hour." And just disappointment all over her face. Her posture changed.
Yeah.
And I could just tell she believed me, because at first I thought she was joking, and she was like, dang. And she turned to her friend. She was like, "He's not the real one. The real one will be here in an hour." And I was like, and her friend looked at me, and I just kind of shrugged. And she was like, and then she turned around and left.
Dang it. She missed out.
Dang, she missed the real one. Oh, man. Every time I make an appearance at a booth, someone will come up to me and they just don't believe it. There'll be a line in front of me of people taking a picture, and someone will not believe it.
You're right.
And, it's so funny though. Like, and then you got other people that will believe any old spam account on Facebook.
Yeah, that's. I don't know how to fix that problem. I don't know what to. I feel bad about it, and I want to.
Right.
I mean, like other people look out for me, like, hey, you have another fake account, whatever. Like, then they say they're saying this about you and whatever, and they need this and wanting money, or some of them will send emojis and all this stuff. Like, no, I don't talk that way. I'll never. I guess I can say this on this platform because maybe this might reach out to someone. I'll never ask anybody for any kind of money on social media.
Yeah.
Any kind. I'll never ask.
Yeah.
So if somebody asks for money, it's not coming from me. It's coming from somebody else. So just remember that.
Well, I got a business deal. I've already pitched it to you, and I don't know if you knew I was serious. I think we should put your drawings on T-shirts and have the Derrick Begay series. I'll sell them on rodeotime.com and send you the money. That would be cool. I bet those would make some cool T-shirts. You got some cool drawings.
That part I don't. Well, the drawing thing, it's always something I've done.
Mm-hmm.
But I've done it just more for fun, just doodling, and that's as far as it's gone. There's like actual artists, and then there's guys like me that just play. And I always been one of those guys, and I feel like I'm always gonna be one of those guys. So moving that from there to like a T-shirt or wherever, I just don't feel like I'm qualified or good enough, or I'm not sure if that's what I'm supposed to be doing. But
that's how you can test it, though. So we could do like a limited run, and then if none of them sell, well, then you know.
Yeah.
But then and then you're not even out anything, I'll give them away or something. I'll do a giveaway with them. Yeah, that would be the test. Because what was it? I think it's Picasso said, "Real artist ship." So if you can put something on a T-shirt and people buy it and it ships, there you go.
Sometimes I'll stay in these hotels or wherever, and I always look at the art on the wall everywhere I go. Like that right there, those two birds sitting together. Yeah, I wonder who would do that, and why would somebody buy that? But that's actually not bad. Some of the things on the wall, like, who in the heck would buy that? What is that even supposed to mean? Or what is that? Like, just a weird.
You know what gets me is some of these ads, and some of the biggest brands will do it. Pendleton, or like I saw that they don't do it with the riders because the Pendleton logo is bad to the bone. Sometimes they've got like a set of spurs in there that looks like it came out of Tractor Supply, but there's some of those brands that it'll be like I can't remember who it was. I don't want to say Shinerbach, but like this guy's in the D's. He's got both of it's a bronc rider. He's got both of his shirt sleeves rolled all the way up to his elbow, and his feet are straight down. The horse is like in the middle of a crow hop. It's just the most terrible picture, and they'll slap it on a big old poster in a airport or something, and it just makes me scratch my head. Like, who in the graphic design department at that beer company thought this was a good idea? Like, why would you not just text a Cowboy? And it'll be somebody that maybe even sponsors Cowboy events. Like, who in their right mind would ever use that on a graphic? But you know what I'm talking about? You see them?
I try to pay attention to detail of anything where I go, like especially artwork. I pay attention to all that stuff. Yeah, I see all that. I know the spurs, know the odd looking bucking horse rider, and like I'll really look at it, everything they do, and yeah, that questions me too, and like why, who, what, but I guess they just don't know, so that's why they do it.
Right. I got one of ours, and people might look at it and be like, man, he is lifting weird, and he's not spurring all the way to the neck. But it's actually a picture of me And it was the best I could do. So that's why I went with that particular picture. So I guess people could throw rocks on some of my designs as well.
The Rodeo Time looks good. You got the Saguaro in there.
Yeah, you see a lot of those out there.
Yep.
I got you a cap in that bag over there when you leave. I got a cap with that design on it.
Nice. That's a nice logo. You got the mountains and the saguaro and the flat right there.
Which is crazy just because where I'm at, neither one of those are present. But I do like that design. Makes me dream of something maybe one day I'll get invited to if I had a friend that lived in Arizona that would maybe invite me.
I already invited you plenty of times. But I've been in Texas the last few days, and yeah, there ain't one thing I do notice where I'm from. I love watching the sun come up over the mountain and going down behind the mountain. But when you're out here, there's either a building in the way or a tree or something, but it's just, you don't see the skyline.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think where I'm at, it's on the east side of West Texas. People out way west would call me East Texas, but we get some pretty good sunsets. And I went to college at A&M, and I lived over in that part of the world for about 10 years. A lot of trees, and just the sunsets, they just were absent. Like all of a sudden, the sun would be down.
Yep.
And you just have to be on top of a random hill, which there's not many in East Texas, to catch a sunset. But that is one thing I like about West Texas is the sunsets, which I'm sure you get a lot of, like you said, in Arizona.
Yeah, there's just something about that, just being there when it comes up and when it goes down.
Yeah. Which right now the days are pretty short. And also you're going to these big cities, which Fort Worth's a good one. San Antonio's a good one if you can keep from getting your truck stolen.
I've heard a lot of stories about that. So when I pulled in here, I seen your truck was all locked up, and like, he ain't taking no chances on his truck. I've heard stories about it, like close buddies. Like it was bad. Maybe 2 years ago or something. They were saying like these Fords, targeting Fords, they just stick some in there. Next thing you know, they're gone and
right,
stuff like that, and or just break a windshield and take stuff out. It was bad there 2-3 years ago for a while.
Yeah, the boot. I feel like I put that boot on the front tire just because I think in a parking lot full of hundreds of those Fords that you're saying that I've heard also are easy to break into. That's just one less thing. I'll go to the next Ford. That's what I think they'll think. But all my friends that like, because sometimes I use my ranch pickup that's got my brand on the side. Like people Snapchat me like, "Ooh, you got a ticket." Everybody thinks that the law put it on there, which I guess is a good thing.
You know what you try one night? Let's try it tonight. Let's park it. Most of the times there's hotels near San Antonio where they get most of the stuff stolen from, like this stuff. You should take your truck there tonight, park it, put all the windows down, and leave it. I mean, take the keys out, but just roll the windows down.
And then put the boot on it?
No, nothing. Just take the keys, but leave the windows down.
What if we try that with your pickup?
I got a rent-a-car. Yeah, sure.
I heard though some cops came by the booth yesterday, and they said that since inauguration, they said crime, it was like overnight stopped around here. He said they've been bored over the last couple of weeks. That when that administration swapped, that here in San Antonio, crime has just plummeted.
Really?
Isn't that crazy?
Huh? New sheriff in town or something, I guess?
I guess so. Everybody thinks that. Everybody probably felt like, especially in San Antonio, because I assume most of the trucks getting stolen are probably headed south. And so maybe those same people are from down south that are stealing them. And maybe a lot of those people are a little nervous to get arrested right now. Where that last administration, maybe they probably would have not been as scared. They just get kicked back out on the street. That's just my assumption. But what do I know? I'm just a long-haired YouTuber.
Yep.
I hate to make an assumption out of things. How far are you from the border?
I'm a ways. We don't have any of that kind of stuff where I'm at.
Yeah.
But I've worked on a few places on the border. I always say I understand what a lot of people talk about when they say border issues or border problems or activity or stuff. I've been down there enough where I know it is true and it does exist. A lot of people that don't have an idea of stuff like that. So I understand how that works.
You mentioned it briefly, but do you guys tie off ever?
No. Like, everybody that I've worked around in Arizona, none of them ever tied off. As far as like an actual horn knot, starting the day off, no. But we'll tie our ropes on, do some half hitches or whatever we have to do, and then we're tied on. But as like getting on a fresh horse, a fresh bull, a fresh chase, we don't tie on.
Gotcha.
But like say you run the critter down and your horse is tired and things slow down, and then he's laying on the end of it or something, then we'll like put a couple half hitches and step off, or then go.
You bet.
Then go tie down.
Go down the rope.
Yeah, but as far as just right off the bat, fresh, no, we're not that good.
Yeah,
we're not that good, and the horses are not that good.
I doubt that's the reason.
It's just I don't know. I've lost my rope a lot of times. I wish I was tied on, but there is also a lot of other times I'm glad I wasn't tied on also. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
horse stumble or get jerked over or something like that.
Yep. So there's none of us tie on. None of us tie on. We don't tie on, but we do use longer ropes. 40 foot rope is probably about what most of us use.
Gotcha.
Yep.
What was I going to say? A lot of people in Texas, like there's some cowboys that, like I interviewed Tom Morehouse, Boots O'Neill, and they talked about, like Tom said he was maybe in his mid-20s. I can't remember the age he said. I want to say somewhere in his 20s before he ever saw someone dally. Like just that's how much guys in his part of the world had tied off his entire life and just stay tied on anytime they rope something, whether it was outside the branding pen or even in the branding pen. And anymore these days, it's kind of a split, there'll be some guys that, like I know a couple that they're always tied off even in the branding pen, and there's some guys that like to dally in the branding pen. But
yeah, we like options.
Yeah.
We like options. The thing about dallying is sometimes you might end up short. You might need to shorten up your rope, whatever, to control a critter or jerk it down or whatever. And sometimes they're mean enough you want to be away from them. So most of our ropes are 40 foot. So sometimes you only need 6 foot of it. Sometimes you might need the end of it. But you can control so much more, it feels like. And it's sometimes easier on the critter or easier on your horse if you want to dally and slow it down, because the trick out there is taking care of the animal, because you have to catch it as fast as you can. You have to get it down as fast as you can and handle it the best you can and lead it up out of there, get it to the trailer in the best shape you can so you can market the animal or sell it or whatever, make money off of it. And then you also got to take care of your horse. So it seems like roping, you have rope to slide. If you want to slide, fork a tree, you just don't want to just whop.
Yeah.
In dally, or if you fork a tree too hard, you don't have to dally. You can let go, get another rope out, go chase it, rope it again. It keeps us out of some wrecks.
Yeah,
as far as dallying and stuff, and you got the tie-on guys like get this critter and they'll jerk it and bust it, and you never let your rope go and all that stuff. But dallying is, you have more options. It's like fishing.
Yeah.
How would it feel to fish was just tie into your rod to a certain amount, then you just sit there all day and instead of get to throw as far as you want, and then you get to let the fish go away a little bit, bring it in.
Yeah.
You have
I'm not like super strict on either one. I can see both sides for sure. To me, it's just it's interesting to hear different guys' approaches, you know, and even to your point, like I think if you were probably doctoring wheat pasture cattle where you are getting off a lot, you know the size of the animal. Maybe there's some instances where I could see some guys that they might stay tied on more. But with what you're talking about, roping Mavericks, like I get it 100%. I started tying off when I was younger just because I was not good at dallying. And just the guys around me were like, hey, you need to be tied off so you don't lose a finger because you're not good enough dallying. And anyhow, which, you know, you got to learn at some point. But
how are you supposed to get better at dallying if you don't?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, anybody can tie off.
Yeah, exactly.
So the only way to learn, I don't have any problems with it too. If I got a new crew and they all showed up tied on, I'm like, yeah, do whatever works for you.
Yeah.
Do whatever you're used to. Do whatever the techniques that you know. Use that because that's what you're used to. I don't have any problems against it anyway either. Too. I'm just conversating.
Oh, for sure. No, I am too. Like I said, I don't think that. I feel like there are people that are staunchly against the opposite, and anymore these days, I typically dally in the Brandon pen, just because I do like those options, and I'm not good at handling my slack if I have too much. But, yeah, outside I usually tie off just because I don't want to lose him. But I could see why you wouldn't also, especially if you got somebody with you.
Yeah, I guess it's the country because there's a bunch of canyons, a lot of trees, a lot of brush, and yeah, you probably want to tie them. But then we use these long ropes, and it just seems like a short rope. As far as I know about tying on, every rope I see is short. It's like a regular, whatever, 35 foot, whatever, 32 foot rope, and there's a tie on, maybe 2 coils. But then sometimes you want to shake out a big loop because there's a big bull and you don't want to miss it, and you have 40 feet of room to stow your rope before he goes back into the thicket or something, and you just shake out a big one and then just tape it on or something, and then you have a small, and you're tied on, you can't just, I don't know, or like I said, there's different
No, there's definitely.
But yeah, we like I said, we tie on because stuff slows down and you jerk something down and you step off to go tie. Yeah, technically we're tied on, but we wait till things slow down, then we tie off. But sometimes you get down in the critter and he gets up, and then you got a horse on the end of it and a bull on the end of it, and sometimes it's a wreck.
Do you feel that most of those trips, when you do go out for a week, you know, you got your diesel, you've got your it's a week, so your time, you got to feed your horse. By the time you get back to the sale barn, are most of them profitable still?
Right now, anything's profitable.
No kidding. Yeah, with the way the market is.
The cattle market right now, you can bring anything in, you guy can make some money.
Right.
But that's the part where you have to really pay attention of, is making it profitable to get the animal there. It's, first of all, we don't do it for the money. But money takes care of itself, and the guy you're working for most of the time, he's the one that gets the paycheck. So you want to take care of it's just naturally for us guys to take care of a cow and a horse, no matter what situation it is. Whether you're going to keep it forever or whether you're going to sell it, it's just in our nature to take care of it. But some of the stuff you can do everything right, and they're just so wild that they'll just buckle, or they'll just lay down, or just not want to get up, not want to eat. So some of the times you can do everything right and it still goes wrong. But you got to do everything you can to try to make them marketable for whatever you're going to sell them, or keep them as replacements, or whatever you're going to do with them. But we try to do the best we can to take care of them.
Dang, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, maybe you get them even back to the house, and they either get out, or then they, kick the bucket and don't make it to the sale barn. That's got to be disheartening.
Yeah, the way to do it is catch them, get them home, feed them for a little bit. Because when you get them, they start losing weight. As soon as you chase them, they start losing weight. Mm-hmm. They're tied to a tree. And then you get them let out, get them to the corral. They're still not wanting to eat. So then they're losing weight, going down. Uh-huh. But then you kind of got to wait after a while till they get back on the feed, get used to being in the corral. Then they start to kind of go back up, turn around a little bit. Then that's when you want to sell them.
Gotcha.
When they're on their way back up.
Maybe at least let the blood dry from their horns.
Yep, get them cleaned up, and that's when they do the best.
Yeah.
But it also costs money to feed them too, so there's a fine line between keeping them as long as you can, but then getting rid of them also.
How do you use the dogs out there?
When we catch cows, we really don't use the dogs that much because we run them over. A lot of times we have a good crew, so we'll see the cattle, get to them, and these dogs are trying to work, like whatever, and we just run through them, run over them, and it's a wreck. But if I'm like by myself, or if there's just a couple guys of us, then we'll try to do it the dog way and hold them up and try to let the dogs work them a little bit. Then we'll go, then whatever happens after that, what happens. But if there's a big crew, and most of the times there is, and the crews that we usually use, they're good. A lot of them are kids. They can ride, they can rope. Dog would just get in the way.
Yeah.
So they'll just ride through them, and these dogs are like, what the heck, we're trying to work these cows, you guys just keep running them from us, whatever. So we don't really take dogs unless we work some river bottoms where there's thickets and stuff. Then we'll have dogs in there to kind of
to get them out of the brush,
show them where they are and stuff like that. But if it's up in the mountains, the higher country where you kind of glass and see where they're at, then we'll not use dogs. But the crew we got most of the times they all can ride really good, and they can rope really good. It's nothing hardly gets away.
Dang.
Nothing hardly gets away.
What's an average haul of number of head that you guys pull out of there if you're there for 5 days?
We were there last week, or not last week. I think we went before the finals, so that would have been maybe in November. I think we brought 77 head or 78 head out of there. Yeah.
How many of y'all?
We had a good crew. They're probably gonna listen to this. I'm sure they're fans, but we had
70-something head.
Yep, 77. There's a loadout ramp right there. One kid rode on there with the branding iron. I think he put 78. Then I think the next day they caught one on the way out or something. Maybe put a cross across and made 78 and like the record or something. I think that's been the record so far.
How many of y'all on the crew?
There was me. There was Coulter Todd and his 2 boys. There was his neighbor, maybe Cody Reeser and his boy, and there was Tyrone. Well, there was the Ben boys. There was probably, I don't know, 12 of us maybe.
Well, then absolutely it's profitable.
Yes.
Yeah, you can make money. I thought, you just go in there, do a little camping, pull out 8 head of, yearlings, and I thought you were going to say 7, and I was going to applaud you. 77.
Yep. And just the old fashioned way.
You got to have all the trailer space you can.
Yep.
Getting out of there.
Yeah,
hopefully some 36 foots come in there and
know that where we went that day, the longest trailer you can take in there is 18-foot max.
So you're having back and forth, and you don't have a set of corrals.
Yeah, there's one corrals there.
There's one set of corrals.
Yeah, one set of corrals. There are 2 pins and a loadout ramp. So that's where everything kind of goes. But it's you got to kind of do math, plan ahead. You got to kind of, and then most of the trucks we drive in there are not just nice trucks. Most of the trailers we take in there are not the nicest. So things break down, things happen. It's frustrating. The boys were in there just last week, and the wall tent caught on fire when they were sleeping.
Oh, wow.
There was 4 boys in there. All the older guys got out of there. End of the day, end of the trip, some trucks broke down. They had heck, so they had to sleep there an extra night. So 4 of them slept in the wall tent. It's been cold. They said between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, one boy looked up, and it was smoke everywhere. This is dark, 5:30 in the morning, dark, cold. They're just, the stories are telling me, smoke everywhere, and the ceiling was on fire.
Good.
The top of the tent. So he's waking everybody up, I guess, and they all get up and they make their way out of there, drag their bedrolls out. He said within 5 minutes that tent was burnt to the ground.
Whoa.
So I don't know. There was, I can't remember, 4 or 5 boys in there, and we don't know they don't know how the fire started, or we'll never know. But I'm glad they got out of there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
So you said the boss, so like somebody is paying each person to be out there, day wages, and it's maybe his trailers and a lot of his horses and somebody.
No, we got our own. Everybody has their own rigs and their own horses. So,
gotcha.
But like I said, we really don't do it for the money and stuff. It's a get together, and those boys, they love it. They don't want to leave. Those younger boys, they'll stay in there forever if they let them.
Man, all your horses got to be shod?
Yep, you got to be shod. There's no way around it. You hear stories of, this horse, they don't need no shoes, whatever. You got to have shoes because it is rocky. 15 minutes is about, 30 minutes max is about as far as you'll go without a shoe.
Whoa.
So if you miss a shoe, it's like a flat tire. You can only go certain ways, and then you're done.
Man. You shoe your own?
No, I don't. I'll put one back on every now and then, but no, that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I hate horseshoeing. It's a lot. I can do it. I mean, it's been a long time since from last time I remember doing a whole set.
Yeah.
Over. But no, it's a lot of work. Shoeing horses, I don't shoe horses. I'll put one back on every now and then when I lose one or something, but
yeah.
Nope.
Man.
Yeah, you got to come out sometime. That way the only way I can tell you stories about it all day, but the only way you'll know is if you come out there. And you're like, oh, okay, I know. This is what's going on.
I've led a yearling here to there, kind of deal, nothing. Usually everywhere that I've worked, there's a pretty good chance you can get a trailer somewhat close, and you just lead them out of that particular pasture. Yeah, I've never had to halter break one.
But there's roads out there, and there's most of the time it's not too far.
Yeah. What do you think the farthest you've led one is?
I still remember this one time. This was when cattle prices were low. We were in this place over here, this canyon, river bottom. We caught this one black Bali bull. He was older, not just the biggest. I mean, he was older, but he was old enough. He was starting to go the other way. He was starting to kind of shrink a little bit, and not just the healthiest. We caught this bull, and it seems like the wilder, the meaner they are, the better they lead.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. If they're gentle and not really wanting to run or not really wanting to fight, those are the ones that don't lead the greatest. So we caught one of those down this river bottom. We had to lead them all the way back up this river. It was, I don't know, maybe 3 miles. Anyway, we got to this part, and you had to go up this steep hill, and this bull didn't want to lead. Trying to get him up this hill, we couldn't get him to go. Could not get him. He was a horn bull. Could not get him to go. We spent all day trying to get him up just this little deal. We finally got him up there. We got him over top, and from there it was kind of easy all the way to the trailer. So we took him to the sale barn, I remember, and we We got like $87 for him. And we worked our butts off. $87. I still remember this to this day. This was when cattle prices were at the all-time low. And he wasn't in good shape. He was drawed up. He was old. Didn't weigh much.
Yeah.
But $87.
Like the sale barn owner probably had to catch him or something. Like meaning like order buyers didn't want him for whatever reason. Yeah. Dang.
But yeah, the gentle ones they're actually harder to lead because they're just.
So I bet if it was November, y'all got 78. That was probably a pretty big haul because that's when cattle prices were.
Yeah, we did get
really starting to.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
What is there an uptick like with when cattle prices came up? It's like, do you see other camps? Are there other people out there, or is it not that popular?
No, it's not that popular.
Maybe after this podcast, they'll be have a bunch of lookalike camps out there.
It takes some. You gotta have a decent truck. You have to have a decent trailer. And you gotta have some decent horses.
You gotta be able to rope.
Yeah, it takes something to not just anybody can go do it.
Right.
Like some guys come out like I want to go catch some cows, and then like all right, and then they just show up just with like, all right, let's take my trucks, and I guess you can ride my horses. And so when you come out, maybe you can bring your own rig. Bring that easily.
Well, it's 24 foot, so it's too long. But I got a 16 foot.
Yep, there you go.
But
see, they can tell easily. I know what I need that extra 2 foot. Make it 18.
I was kind of hoping to ride one of your NFR horses.
Yeah, you need to come check it out. I try to invite guys all the time just so they know they can come there and see what goes on, and they can tell somebody else.
I got one horse that Boone would not go. I would not take Boone. He can't run out of sight in a day these days. But I got one horse. He's been passed around. Some of my buddies, they call him Dale Brisby. He's a gray horse. He's now, he's 50. He'll be 15 this year. Just dirty tough, super fast, can pull a house down, but then not just overly handy, kind of rough. But if we have to gather one of the bigger pastures that day, that's the one I would ride because he's just always got gas left. But, would that be overkill? Like, do you think you have to travel more than 20 miles in a day?
I don't think so. I don't.
Because if you're just going in circles, maybe Buckethead would be plenty.
I think you'd be plenty. It's mostly up and down country, and then you're chasing some. But I don't think we ride that far. Maybe we do. I don't know.
Yeah, you should check your iPhone will like track it how many miles you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you do. I was surprised when somebody asked me like, how many miles did you go today? And I checked my iPhone and we'd be done at lunch and it'd say like 24.
Huh. Yeah. That seems like a long, yeah, that's 24 miles.
But also like when you're gathering a pasture, you're back and forth covering your country, obviously. So it's not, when you're looking for cows, maybe you just go to the top of the hill, you look around, you see them over there, you go straight to them. What about, so do you get to do much cowboying, gathering cows and branding, dragging calves? You get to do a lot of that too?
Yes, we got our own set of cows back home, and that's all I do nowadays is mess around with my cows. We do all the above, whatever involves, anything from gathering to weaning to branding to all that. So we do that all, and the cow kitchen deal is just something to break away from.
Right. That's what I assume.
When you get tired of messing with the gentle cows and stuff like that.
I bet you are deadly in a branding pen. Or how do you guys head and heel them, or do y'all drag them? Do you have flankers?
There where I'm at, you know how guys put bulls on. It starts with the bull, I guess, to make a calf. Put a bull on for 2 months or whatever amount of time. You put bulls on. Then ideally you take them off.
Yep.
And then you calve, I guess, is the next step. Calve at a certain time because those bulls are in a certain time. And then the next thing would probably be what you gather the cows and calves to brand. And so you brand, work all your calves, brand them all up. Then you leave them alone, whatever. There's a bunch of other stuff in between it. Then technically you wean, right?
Yep.
Bring them all in, wean all the calves off the cows. And then so far there's steps. Those are the main steps.
You bet.
But where we're at, it's the bulls are on year round. We really don't rotate pastures, just one big area. There's a river that goes through the place. The river is year round, so it doesn't freeze. We don't get snow. And on that river, there's mesquite thickets on both sides of it, like just thickets, a lot of thickets, mountains, canyons, a lot of little places cattle can go. So there's a lot of times you can't gather everything at once. It is impossible. You can't gather 50 cows at once. It's impossible. You have to just gather little herds of, some days 5 pairs, some days, big days are like 15, 20 pairs. Those are the big days. And then when you gather those, get them into a corral, that's when you brand the calves. And you let those out. And
they're going to be all kinds of sizes.
All kinds of sizes. Technically, we calve about this time. So most of them are about now. So for the most part, they're similar, but they're all kinds of sizes. And a lot of times I'm by myself, so you do whatever you can to brand. But if I have a crew, we heel them, drag them, jerk them down, and brand them. But I can never just hire a big crew and say, hey, we're going to go gather cows today and we're going to brand, like how most people do. Like, hey, let's have a big branding. And people all come, gather all the cows, sort them off the cows, and have a nice big branding, and everything gets done, shots and everything. It's not like that where I'm at. So most of the days I'm by myself, so I got to brand. A big day branding for me is 5 head, 5 calves. And I'll heel them, drag them, and now you got to step off, still tied up, and then tie them down like actual tie-down roper.
Yeah.
Lay them over, then I go get the brand them, doctor them, mark them up, write them down, let them back up, and then get another by myself most of the time. Sometimes there are 2 of us. Still, we got to tie them down because one guy has to hold them to get the brand. So most of all our calves get tied down. Dang. Because there's only, the most part, 2 of us, because one has to go get the brand and tags and all that stuff. So it's a year round. It takes me forever to brand. Like, it's just constantly every day.
Well, that's fun. It gets spread out.
Yes, it gets spread out. But then sometimes I go to these other big places where they have everything in order. Like, that ain't even fair. You guys get to do all of this at once. You got a big branding crew. Kind of makes me frustrated. And then they get all their calves weaned at one time. Like Coulter, my friend Coulter Todd, he gets his place down to science. So he does all that. And like, man, I wish we could do that, where it's just everything is accounted for and everything's brought in at one time. But no, everything, all ours is our bunches. But it's fun. Every now and then you'll get a big yearling or a big 2-year-old Maverick that you haven't seen in a while, and then sometimes you don't see some of these cows you haven't seen for a couple of years, and they'll have a calf from them last year, at the little calf with them this year. And
so you just kind of have to remember the cows, because like if one comes open a couple times, you just kind of got to remember that.
This year is the first time when we weaned our calves, we started, I think it was maybe like started in October, started looking around, getting together. We'll get in a set of cows. Again, this is the first time I've ever done it. Get in a set of cows, we'll leave them in the corral. I have to kind of feed them. Get another set of cows. These are cows, and they got big calves on them. We're weaning. So get a pretty good sized bunch, 50 or so, 75 head or so pairs in the corral. Takes me a while to get that many in, probably a week. Then Coulter, he's my cow guy. I've learned everything from him. So he come and we preg him. Well, we wean the calves, get the calves off sometime. This is the first year we pregged everything. Preg check everything. Before then, I never used to do it.
Yeah.
So we run them all through. We preg them. If there were, this is the first time I've done it.
I like your hand motion for pregging them.
I finally we finally got enough cows in where it feels like the open ones sell.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sell.
because also it's like markets up. This is the year to do it.
Before we never pregged them, so there's some cows that ran dry and some of them that I like, oh man, I really like her. I had her for whatever. Now they, if they're not bred, they go to the sale. I've sold some, my favorite cow is an F1 Brayford. Those are my favorite.
They do well out there.
Yeah, those are my favorite kind of cows. If I had them, the whole set, they would be that breed. There's some of them. My favorite cows were some Brayfords, like come open, like you dirty sucker.
Why are they your favorite? I feel like you and Cole Hatfield are about to be best friends.
Just the look they have. They're all. You can't ever find two Brayfords that look the same. Every one of them looks different. I mean, yeah, they're tiger stripe, either white face or mott face, and I like horns. Every one of them is different.
But they'll also trot.
And they'll trot, but then they'll use the country also because they got to go way off wherever and do whatever. And they got to, where I'm at, the country's not the greatest. They got to go make a living.
Yeah.
And they're more hardy, and that's what they design just be for. But they are trotty. They are trotty, and they are
gentle
whatever.
Angus cow ain't going to make it there, huh?
No, Anguses are boring. They're boring.
Yeah, Cole Hatfield is fist pumping the air right now.
Yeah, they're boring. Who would want to go out every day and it's like look at just nothing but black cows? Like that's the market. That's what everybody wants. I mean, somebody did a good job marketing whatever it was, blacks or
certified Angus beef.
Yes, sir. Somebody did a good job marketing those cattle, and it's lasts a long time, but it's going to change one day, I hope. But no, I like looking at different qualities in cows. I like for all of them to look different.
Yeah.
I mean, I got some straight blacks. I got some straight reds. I got pretty much everything. One Coriani. That's all I got. But I love Brayfords. They're my favorite. I like stuff with a little bit of ear. So, but no, we try to put good bulls on them. That I think that's the trick, is having okay cows, but putting a good bull on them.
Yes, sir.
That's what we try to do. Would be either a red bull or a black bull. And Coulter's a limousine guy. He's a limousine guy. He buys the big, high-powered, fancy limousine bulls. And he kind of has, his cows are nice cows. Then I get my bulls from him from just the bull calves. So that's most of my stuff is off limousine bulls also.
Oh, okay.
So we try to have a nice solid color, black calf or red calf or whatever.
Yeah.
So I do got black cows, but they're not Angus's. And when it's time to make replacement heifers, I think we sorted off for replacement heifers a month ago or something. There's not one straight black in there.
Dang.
There's some nice black heifer calves, but like, too bad. You're black. You're going. I'm not keeping you. And then I got some maybe lower quality, some with a little bit of white or some or a little bit of ear. Like, you know what? I can tell who you are every time I see you, because you don't see these cows a lot. You can't just go.
That's a good point.
You can't just go drive out there and like know all these cows. So you kind of I got to have something where I can remember them by. In case they come up dry or missing, or I can remember, that she was a good cow, then I can tell them apart. But if I just had a bunch of blacks out there and I don't see them very much, I'm like, I don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
So I like different looks in cows.
Cole Hatfield said no passion. Those black cows. He said, I hate black cows. No passion is what he says on them.
Yeah, those suckers will just stand around the water troughs or stand around wherever and just stand there and look at you and like,
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. They'll go, they got to go out and hustle and make a living. I posted a clip of him saying that, and I mean, people come after him. They were like, "I'm a cattleman. I'm not a cowboy." And I was like,
well, yeah, they're right. I mean, it's hard to make a good cowboy with a black cow because you don't learn nothing. Yeah, they're not cowboys. I mean, yeah, but how are you supposed to learn something with a gentle black cow? Like, can't even train your horse on him, or
Oh, that is true enough. Like,
I mean, I like fun when you see those Brayfords. They're way over there, and they can sense you coming. Especially if they hear a dog bark, they're going somewhere. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not going to stand there. So there's an adrenaline rush. Like, you got to go figure out how to get around them. You got to get them stopped. You got to get them held up, and then you got to work them through whatever. And they're smart.
yeah,
If you teach them something bad, they'll remember it forever. If you teach them something good, they'll remember it forever. So they're tricky. You got to pay attention where you're at. Most of the cattle on our place there, most of the time you're trying to stop them. So most of the time you're in front of them. Versus those blacks, you're always behind them. Like slapping their butts, like kicking them, like, come on,
Yeah.
he's going down this trail. But those other ones, you're in front of them, like, hey, whoa, easy girl, just settle down. Like, you gotta like pay attention, like where you're be at. Because I'll get some kids that work black cattle their whole life.
yeah,
Come help me. And like, what are you doing? Like, those cows are running off. You're supposed to get, like, they don't know where to be because they just don't know.
yes, sir.
Those black cows didn't teach them nothing.
Yeah,
Black cows, I don't know. But that's where the market is.
yeah.
That's what everybody wants. And yeah, but
Well, and if you got X amount of country and they don't need to go out that far to make a living, and all they're going to do is stay right there, and that is where the market is, then I mean, like, I don't know, a black cow might pay the bills.
yeah, but if it's me, it's anything seems like I've done has never really been about the money. It's never been about the money. It's always been about what I want to do and how I want to do it.
Yeah.
Black cows are boring. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Hey, I get it. I'm a YouTuber, and I've got a few. I just sold them because they come 13 years old. But I had some part of my herd were these wild Herefords that otherwise we'd have been able to just use cubes to get them in if it weren't for this one, percentage of the herd that was just Herefords with big tall horns, and every time you show up, they just like put their head up and look at us, ready to turn around and go the other way. But for the most part, my herd is very gentle. Like my herd would be the one that you would say is boring and doesn't teach you anything for sure. But I do like a little bit of life in there because at the end of the day, I am trying to make an interesting YouTube video.
Yeah. No, a guy makes more money on gentle cattle. It's easier on everybody. You make more money on them. It's easier on your equipment. It's easier on your corrals. It's easier on everything. So mathematically, that's what you want. And then that's what the buyers want. So that's what rings the bell. But I like looking at stuff. I like being involved in stuff. I like challenges.
Yeah.
I like that kind of stuff. So that's the reason why I like those other kind of cows.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted it to be easy, you probably wouldn't live in Arizona.
Yeah, I just wouldn't feel right, like thinking, well, let's go look at the cows and just go drive out there and this black cow stand there looking at you like, I wouldn't get I want to get nothing out of it.
yeah.
It's fun glassing them way over there, like, man, what's that cow? Does she have a calf or whatever? Then you can't get close to them because they'll
Be
by the time
gone.
they hear you, they're gone. But we have all kinds. But the F1 Brayford, that's my favorite. If I were to change all my cows, that was what they would be. But don't get me wrong, I got some blacks, I got some solid reds, but they're not an Angus. They're kind of limousine, just kind of crossbreedy kind of cows and stuff like that. But I'm a
That's funny.
I'm a Brayford man.
There's a lot of guys that I run around with right now that are going to be so excited that you said that.
Is there anybody that say they love a black cow?
Well, I mean, I think for the mathematic reason that you're talking about, like people just, I don't know, like where I'm at, like there's the country just, those black cows just do pretty good and everybody runs them. But a lot of the cow punchers that, like I can think of half a dozen right now that wholeheartedly agree with you. Like they were sad whenever, there's a lot of ranches right around Guthrie, Pitchfork, 4-6s, Tongue River. And when I was born, we lived on the Pitchfork, and a lot of those ranches in that area ran Herefords. And then in the 90s, when they did start to market, certified Angus beef, and there became this stigma that black cattle had, they transitioned into black Angus bulls and some limousine, I'm sure, but and they kind of got away from the horned Herefords. And so that's just kind of what became popular in that area, just because, again, they're trying to ring a bell, and the decisions come from the top. And so, the fact that them cowboys really appreciated a trotting Hereford didn't really matter when it came time to make a decision on what bull was going out. But yeah, that Cole said, he was like, and those black cows, they can make a, he said it a different way. The same thing you're saying, like, what do you learn on one of them? He was like, you got guys just trotting, gathering a pasture, stirrup to stirrup. They're sitting there talking. They don't have to work their country because those black cows just walk to the pens,
Yeah, they do this.
To which I replied, I don't know. That sounds pretty fun. Just walking next to your buddy, telling stories.
No, we got some cows out there. Like you can't even talk on the radio because they're worried about the dogs. All the cows we got in our place, you cannot gather them without a dog. If not, they'll trot off from you. Even if you kind of get in front of them a little bit, they'll just keep going. But every cow we got on the place is dog broke. When they hear a dog, the good cows will come. But those smart ones, as soon as they hear a little dog bark, they're rimming out way somewhere else. But as soon as the dogs get on them, they'll just stand there.
So whenever I was at A&M and I lived in that part of the world for 10 years, and I day worked a bunch with some guys around there. And one of my good buddies, I went with him a lot, TJ Haney. They always had dogs, and I'd say the large percentage of their herd had ear. And same thing, like you couldn't work a set of cows without dogs, and those dog broke cows, they would just all ball up. Like as soon as them dogs got around them, they would just ball up, and then you move the ball around.
Yep.
And the dogs helped you, and everybody had a good set of dogs down there in that part of the world. So I definitely wasn't around it long enough where I could, for instance, train a dog, or heck, I was barely getting to the point where I could identify a good one, But the cows that were dog broke, I don't know how we just wouldn't have been able to gather them without dogs. I don't even know how a person would. The brush would be so thick.
Yep.
So I can kind of picture what you're talking about, but I understand it for sure.
Yeah, I'm not really even a dog guy. I'm not a dog trainer. I'm not a whatever, but I do know that the dogs that I need, the ones that will go to the front. That's all I need them to do. Go to the front and bark. That's it. They're not trailing dogs. They're not. A good dog will just go to the front. Wherever the cows are running, go to the front. And if there's one that runs off, they need to go to that one. But then, like you said, they'll ball them up. And I'll let them work them a little bit, and I'll just sit there.
Yep.
Get closer.
That's when you can talk.
and then I'll get my dogs off of them behind me. Then I'll let those cattle go, and sometimes they'll start trotting. If they're trotting the right way, I just keep letting them go. Leave my dogs behind me. If they get too far ahead of me, I'll put put them back on them to hold them up,
Yep.
talk to them a little bit, and then I don't leave them on all the time.
There's a lot of places where, don't even say the word dog. Like we don't, a horse can get anywhere in the pasture. The cows are going to get together when you put them together, a horseback, black cows I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And, I can think of some places there's probably never been a dog on them. Like,
Yeah.
just because it's just all horseback.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. My cows, they frustrate me sometimes. There's a lot of times I wish I had black cows.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're not the perfect cows. Don't get me wrong. They're
It just
hard on
depends on the
everything,
day.
Depends on the day. There's a lot of times I think like, dang, I wish I just had some gentle old black cows. I wish these dang crossbreds just running off or trying to stay ahead of them, or even like in the corral. But
You're going to call me one day. You know what? I changed my mind.
Yeah.
Let's do another podcast.
Yeah, no, I'm as far as I know, I'm not ever gonna be a black cow guy. They're fun. I mean, even in the corral, they're like those good. If you work them right, they're the fastest driving cows. You can get to anywhere you want to get as fast as you can. Those blacks, no, they're the slowest. Like even in the corral, those crossbreds, they're also the fastest working cows. If you're sorting them, if you got a deal down where you train them,
Yeah.
them suckers will sort themselves. Like they'll just be running by you, doing whatever, move them around. They're wanting to go somewhere because they know.
Uh-huh.
Like, hey, especially like weaning, like they'll just be running by you, they sort the cows out. They just know.
Do you use your rodeo horses for that?
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah,
That's
I
fun.
bet.
Fun in the corral work. It's fun having a good horse to sort on and stuff like that.
And then I
None of
bet
the-
you're a sniper with the heel shot when it comes time to drag.
Not really. I mean, like I said, I ran four or five calves.
45?
No, 4 or 5 calves a day. That's a big day for me.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So no, we don't have the big brains, but
Have you ever, I think I know the answer to this, but maybe it'll surprise me. Have you ever kept a Maverick and thrown it in your cow herd?
Yes.
Oh, really?
I've actually started with quite a few, but you have to catch them as yearlings,
Yep.
and then you got to team rope them. You got to team rope them.
Oh, to get them real broke.
Yes, like rope them. You know what a roped out steer is. You just heads down,
Right.
just they don't want to run very much nowhere after you rope them. They get roped out.
Those are the kind I can catch.
Yeah, so we catch a heifer, and then that's kind of how I kind of built a lot of my cow herd also.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Catching these.
I guess I wasn't picturing them, being yearlings, but you need to catch those too if you see them. I was
Yep.
picturing like a 4-year-old cow.
No, I don't hardly.
Yeah, those you wouldn't catch.
Yes,
You
no,
wouldn't
I
keep.
hardly
Gotcha.
don't keep an
Okay.
older cow, but the ones I do keep, catch them small enough where you can team rope them and rope the heck out of them where they're done. They don't want to do nothing
Mm-hmm.
anymore. Then you turn them out. Then that's when they're respect. Some of them actually get kind of wild, but they've been handled for, so they're respectable.
Yeah.
But like an older cow, no, we don't keep none of those
Yeah.
because they're just
Too smart.
no, we don't keep no Maverick cows.
Do you use that mule? Why do you have the mule? What do you use him for?
I always wanted a mule. It's always good to have one mule around all the time. It's always, it's fun having a mule around.
Yeah.
In the middle, right in the, stands there right in the middle of all your saddle horses. When you go feed in the morning, everything's looking at you wanting to get fed, and it's like I said, a lot of the stuff I don't do for, I do it to feel good about.
Yeah.
I want to feel good.
I hear
When
you.
I get up in the morning, I want to feel good and like see a mule. Like, hey, there's a mule right in the middle of my saddle horse. Look at that. That's neat.
Yeah.
And so it's more about just to feel good. And I'm a mule guy. I like mules. Go right around. They're interesting critters. So I gather cows on. I use them for anything.
Is it true they're that much smarter than a horse?
That's a tricky question because a smart mule, yes, I'm sure is smarter than some dumb horses, or vice versa. So,
It's the most practical answer.
well, I mean, it's not. I can't just say mules are smarter because there's
for
some
sure.
there's some of them that are
Yeah,
terrible.
retarded.
Yes, no. So it's just like anything else. A good horse is a good horse, no matter what. A good mule is a good mule, no matter what.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it is. And the chances of getting a good mule are probably more slim. Because most of them are not very good. But a good mule is a good mule.
Gotcha.
So, but I don't know if they're. Yeah, depends. Yeah, my mule's smarter than some of my horses I got, I guess. But no, I like mules. They're fun.
What about 2023? You and Coulter roping, y'all whooped their tails. Was that year that you really went in there and cleaned house?
We won the average at the finals that year.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest win of my career, I'd say, probably.
Yeah, winning the average.
Yep. Not I mean, just it was more about who I'd done it with, and that was with Coulter. So that's if you were to ask me what the biggest one would be or met the most, it would probably be that one.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good year.
Boy, that takes a lot to. What did it take? Did y'all have to have 10 clean catches? No legs, no nothing?
No, we just needed 10 times because we were the only team that made a time on 10 runs.
Gotcha. So did you happen to slip a few legs or?
Yeah, I think Coulter had some legs, and then that was the year I missed and had to fish.
Oh, yeah.
Finally got it fished out, got it around the neck, and he healed him. But coming into the last round, the 10th round, all we had to do was get any kind of time because we would be the only team to catch 10. So when you look back on it, did we beat everybody else, I guess? No, we just had one more time more than them. But we didn't rope that great that year at the finals. It was just okay. But what covered everything up was we were the only team to catch 10. So that kind of put a blanket over everything else. And that was our best year.
Is that the closest you'd come to winning the world?
No, I think I come close one time when I was roping the champ, Clay Cooper.
Yep.
The reason I know that is because the 10th round, whoever's the last guy to go in that event is winning the world standings. You know what I mean? So like if you're the 10th round, if you're the first team out, that means you're probably you did the worst.
Right.
But if you're the last team out, that means you have the most money won throughout that year. So the 10th round, I remember I was driving to the Thomas and Mack and get this text message from Clay Cooper. Sent me this nice text message about how he had fun all year. He was glad to rope with me. I did a good job, just pumping me up. And I remember he said something like, "We're the very last team out tonight because we did good, and this is where we wanted to be all year, and this is the best the team could do at this certain point." So I remember getting a nice big text message from him before the last 10th round. So I know that was, I guess we were leading the world standings when it comes to the 10th round.
That's crazy that's how you knew.
Yeah, so that's how I knew that was my best year.
Yeah. That's crazy because you were explaining it to me, and I was like, I think he's talking about the nightly order. And I was like, oh, that is. And that's how you realized you were.
Yeah, no, the nightly order is set every night to 10th, every night from the first to the 9th round, but the 10th round, they go off money.
Yeah.
They go off money. So whoever has the most money at that time gets to go last.
So how did that perf go?
We weren't doing very good in the average. So the guys that were right behind us were doing good in the average. So they just pretty much had to catch. So
gotcha.
We were the team that had the most money won at the time, but we didn't have the average behind us then. So that's how they got by us. They're already mathematically going to get by us even.
Did you ever does going down the road with Clay? Did it ever come up him having been in the John Wayne and the Cowboys? I feel like that would be fun to give him a hard time about, like call him a movie star all the time. Not give him a hard time, but just bring it up.
Yeah, it was brought up a few times. He doesn't say much, but when you get him to get to talking, he'll talk about all kinds of stuff. He he don't get him wrong. He likes to talk a lot, not in public, but
Yeah.
you're in the truck so much. I mean, that's all you do is sit in the truck and you got your partner beside you. So sometimes you have nothing to do but silence. If not, you have a lot to talk about. The last I rode with him, and I rode with Coulter Todd, no radio. I guess Champ turned the radio on one time. So I asked him, what do you like to listen to? Andrea Pacelli or Pacheco, or I don't know what, some guy. That was his favorite guy. So we listened to that guy for a little while. But roping with Clay Cooper and Coulter Todd, no radio all year. And I'm not talking about turn it on for 5 minutes or 10, like none.
Dang.
And so I rode with Coulter the last 3 years. No radio, which I'm the same way. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I would need a little bit.
No, none.
Yeah, my dad and I can sometimes. I remember we went to pick up a horse one time in Missouri. We rode all the way there and all the way back, and we realized we hadn't listened to the radio one time. But if I'm going down the road, like to a rodeo or something, like occasionally some podcasts, but I got to listen to music.
No, none of that. We're not against it. It's just it's not what we do. But we've been budding with Eric Rogers and Paul Eves the last 2 years.
Oh, they're pretty good.
Them guys love noise.
Yeah.
Love noise. That Eric Rogers and Paul Eves, they'll be driving. They got the iPad set up right here. A movie be going on, right? A movie be playing. So there's loud over the deal. And they'll have their earbuds talking on the phone, playing Rogers loves to play that pool. So we'll be driving like playing that pool and we're sitting over here like
putting your seatbelt on.
Yeah, like those guys, they love noise. That the other game, Paul Eves would play Monopoly. So I'd be sitting in the back seat. So he'd be driving, talking to somebody in his ear pods or whatever. A movie would be playing. So the movie's in the background, loud. He has the ear pods talking to a guy. But then he's playing another guy or two other guys Monopoly and driving. And I was like,
that's a lot going on.
Dog, these guys, they'll take any noise from any direction. They love it.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I don't know. Every now and then, me and Coulter, we like, man, these guys love noise. We don't ever tell them about it. We don't ever complain about it, nothing. But every now and then we'll, like, when they get out of the truck or something, we'll turn the radios off, whatever. And they'll get back in. They're like, they'll go a few feet and like, something's not right. Yeah, like.
It's not loud enough in
yes.
here.
But no, that's how we travel.
Do you guys ever do any pranks?
No, we're not really pranksters.
Yeah.
I guess we're not good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Nothing that I can remember.
I feel like if anybody pulled a prank on Derrick, you'd just feel bad all of a sudden.
Yeah, no, my guys they're pretty laid back. No, they don't really mess around. Like Champ, he was just business all the time.
Yeah.
Nothing you can't hardly get anything on him. He doesn't give you a chance to do anything like that or whatever. Trying to think of something there's
Trevor
actually
was,
one time his truck broke down up in Washington Northwest. His pickup broke down. So he was in his own rig and I was in mine. His rig broke down. So like, well, I'll get you. So I picked him up and then he found this truck on, I don't know, Craigslist or whatever. Hey, I'm just going to buy this truck over here at this place. We're going to this rodeo in Bremerton, Washington. He's like, I'll just buy this truck over here. So, all right. So I thought he'd buy a pickup or something. Anyway, this guy pulls into the rodeo ground with this, like a big truck, not a semi, but like a little old school Freightliner. Like, you're buying that? He's like, yep, I just bought it. Okay. So we get in that new used truck. He's driving and I was sitting on the side. And then I was like checking it all out, like looking through the deals, turning the lights on, like digging. And then the ashtray, open it up like that. And there's a marijuana bowl, like a pipe, like in there. There's some marijuana and like the whatever, look how alfalfa, still all in there. I'm like, dang, champ, is this yours? Like this big old bull. He's like, just driving. Looks, is like, where'd you get that at? And I'm like, it's in here. Is this yours? He don't smoke or do none of that. He's like, that's crazy. He said, I never even checked this truck. He's like, yeah, you know, you're lying. I kept telling him it was his. And anyway, so I get my phone out. I was like, videoing this bull. Like, look at what Champ has. About right here. He grabs it out of my hand. My windows roll down. This truck didn't have AC. He grabs this marijuana, and he throws it out the window before I could get this video on him. But he doesn't let hardly anything get by him. But no, with that truck, whoever had that truck last was like that kind of stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Probably a bull rider or something. Or a calf roper. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, he's hard to get stuff on.
Yeah, Trev said that. Was it Trevor to Patrick or Patrick to Trevor? I can't remember, but got like a bunch of black rice.
Oh, okay. Patrick did that to Trevor. Trevor's clean, doesn't like mice, doesn't.
Yeah. And he just put a couple of them little pieces of black rice and be like, dang, you got mice in your truck, Trev.
Yeah.
That's pretty classic.
Yes. Yeah, that was a good one.
That's pretty classic.
No, I think we all, in my crew, we all know that what goes around comes around. So we try to stay away from that.
Dang. What, so you don't know if you're going to go hard this year?
I mean, I can't tell you from 2 months from now. No, I mean, yeah, we're entered here in San Antonio. We're in Houston. We're entered in Tucson. We're going to obviously go to the circuit rodeos because they're close to home, but I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
Somebody else might tell me, whether it's my pocketbook, whether it's other guys just kicking our butt where we can't win no more, whether it's my horse doesn't work no more or does something different. Like we go off of little signs of what we need to do. And most of it's probably from the man upstairs, I guess, just to kind of lead us to where we need to go. But we don't, the last 3 years, we never set a plan like, okay, we're going to do this, accomplish this. It's never been that way. We just look at the little stuff like, okay, it feels like we're supposed to go. It feels like we need to go. And sometimes it feels like, hey, we feel like we don't need to go. There's some come up where, like, I guess one of Coulter's good sayings is, I guess we're not meant to go or something. I guess we're meant to win or whatever. So we just go off of what feels like needs to lead us to that direction.
Man, that's, again, such a practical answer. Yeah.
Well, I was always kind of like that my whole life, I felt like, because I was never really sure of anything because I just never was set with a nice whatever or money or it was you work it out the way you go.
Yeah, Leon Coffey this last summer, I think it may be late summer, he said, you don't retire from rodeo retires you.
That is true. That guys will tell you when the other guys that compete will tell you you're done, or maybe rough stock guys, maybe the doctor will tell you when you're done. Yeah. But I think that's the way it's supposed to be. I think they're supposed to tell you when you're done.
Man.
So maybe
I respect the crap out of that answer.
No one really has told me yet, and they're still winning a little bit. So those young kids, they haven't told me I need to stay home yet. So we're still.
You said the man upstairs. Are you a man of faith?
There ain't no way how I can see anybody do anything or even just live without the guy having a belief in something.
Yeah.
So yes. I just don't. I don't see how it's possible.
Yeah.
So yes. I mean, I've never been into a church before.
Yeah.
I don't own a Bible. I don't know a lot of a lot of stuff. I don't really know the language of it because see, we have our own tradition, our own religion, and our own beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's different from anybody else's, I believe. I have never done any research, or I never gotten into anybody else's stuff. So I don't know how you guys do yours, or he does his, or so forth. I just kind of know mine, and it's always been there. My grandpa, my grandma, mom, dad, they always been really traditional.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say traditional, it means like our own ways, our own ways we do things that are I guess our prayers, our songs, our ceremonies we have. I've grew up in all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I know how all that works. I've been involved in all of it. Still to this day, I'm still involved in all of it. And it's all evolved around having a belief in that. So I've always been that way.
Yeah.
So yes.
Man, I assumed you had some type of belief just because, I don't know, I think maybe your humility just seems to be attractive to me, and that you have very considerate of other people, it seems like.
Yeah, I don't know none of that about that, but it's having a belief in something. It seems like that was the foundation, or that was like a stepping stone of when you pray, or whenever you have a belief for something, you pray for, obviously, for, my grandpa always told me, you pray for yourself, you pray for your safety, you pray for your family, you pray for your animals, you pray for all the healthy happiness sort of things. Those are the things that you pray for. Then you can go on the line down of maybe you can kind of branch out after that. But like, it seems like a prayer has always been a stepping stone. You lay down a prayer of what you kind of want to do, how you want to do it, who you want to do it around with, and then the safety is what's going to protect you along the way. And then you have that in your mind at a young age, then because you have that in your mind. People say you got to write down your goals. You have to, you have to. Some people that's what it's for. Write down something on your bathroom wall or on the ceiling when you wake up in the morning, or have a reminder on your phone or whatever. But I think the best thing is prayer, because you have that in your mind, you have that in your heart, you have that within you. Is you lay down a prayer of what you kind of want. Then you have direction of where you kind of want to go, and that seems like that's what led me to who I am and what I want to do and how I want to do it and stuff like that. So I don't really talk about it much, but that's kind of how it's been.
Yeah.
So yeah, that it's all teachings from my grandparents, and then from my dad, from down to my mom. Like today's my mom's birthday, so.
Oh man.
Yep. So.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, she's been really good to me. My family's probably, I guess they're whatever you call it, everything. They're I don't know. We have a tight mom, dad. We're really tight. I have two sisters. I have a younger sister and I have an older sister. And we've been really tight since our whole lives. We've never, we never argue with each other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think ever. I never talked back to my dad. I never talked back to my mom, for sure. I never had any arguments with my sisters. We never said anything bad to each other, ever. Yeah, I'm not saying we're perfect, but I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to give you an idea of the relationship we have within our family. It's pretty tight.
Yeah.
Because you get partners, you get teammates, you get all these people, but there ain't nothing more connected than family. So doesn't make sense to argue with your family. That's one thing I know that's cool. When I go home, I can always go home to my family. It's comfortable. It's nice. It's the most awkward thing I think is, I mean, I've gotten into some not really bad, but just I maybe said something bad about some guy before, and you're gonna see that guy someday, and it's awkward.
Yeah.
Even though you don't know him, or you might know him a little bit, and then the relationship you have, it's like I don't like that confrontation. So within our own family, no, it would feel really awkward if I said something bad to somebody. So that's how we always kind of been.
That is so cool. And it's, is that how most families on the reservation are? Is that a common thread? Maybe not.
That I don't know. Family, it's a big thing on the reservation. Yeah. It seems like we're all kind of tied in together, related some kind of how, and it's family. It's pretty common on the reservation. It's people are for each other, and there's nothing worse than family getting broken apart.
Yeah,
that's one thing I do not like. And that's one thing I don't like to see.
Yeah.
It happens on anywhere, any kind of level, any kind of family, people having problems. And that's one thing I don't like to see is people breaking apart from their family, because I always kind of think like, you know what? They're your family. They're on your team. You're not supposed to be like that. I mean, the other team wins if you're fighting among yourselves.
Yeah.
If you're fighting among yourselves, not doing what you're supposed to be doing, or not being a part of the family, like the other team wins.
Yeah.
And it's always kind of been like that. You know what? This is my family. Like, this is what it's all about. This is who I'm riding for. I'm not going to let nobody else or nothing else get in between us. So it's always kind of been that way. And I want other families to kind of think that, like, hey, I don't know if somebody's listening, like, stay close to your family, because if you don't, the other team's going to win, or whatever, the devil or whoever.
Yeah.
You cannot let them win. You gotta stay within yourself.
It's such a simple lesson, but it's just so encouraging to hear you say all that, because I help a guy that, he gets his daughter weekends, I'm sure. I don't know all the details of it, but like there's this one day every other week, but he doesn't have enough time to take her home. So he brings her over to my place and we have dinner, and it just breaks my heart for both sides. Him getting only limited time with his daughter that particular week, and even the other side of the family where they're having to, just the whole argument and situation breaks my heart. And anyhow, when this guy calls me, whatever he needs, I'll help him with, because, he's having to like deal with this hurdle among family members that is just, it wasn't in the original plan.
Yeah.
No matter whose fault it was, whatever, no matter which spouse did the other one wrong and somebody went left and the other person went right, however it worked out, just now all of a sudden, obviously for the kids, definitely not their fault, but then also the parents, I don't know. It breaks my heart, like when you see something torn apart like that. But on the other hand, like listening to you talk about like your 5 immediate family, and how I'm sure that's going to be a common thread with you and your 2 daughters, and that's just super encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like you said, things happen. And that's just part of it. Sometimes people, like you said, go different directions and stuff like that. But there's still a way you can still be on the same team.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still be a teammate where you don't let the other bad vibe or the other thing win. So you can still figure out how to make it work. But just I just to break away and be mad at that person your whole life.
Yeah.
I've know people that are mad at their family.
Uh-huh.
I know guys that haven't talked to their family in X amount of years just because they broke that relationship at one time and said the bad words to each other, and it's like, you know what, I'm going away, and then they leave a day, then 2 days, next thing you know it's 2 years, next thing you know it's 15 years, and like, no, we broke that over maybe some small deal or something.
Yeah.
Like, man, you can't do that. You need to get in contact with them somehow.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
you can't just be mad your whole life.
I think a big factor that keeps people from reconciling, especially when a lot of time has passed, is just pride. Like, their pride is just going to keep them from, which makes sense as to why I think I said it already, but you seem like a very humble person. And I think the more humble a person is, the easier it is for them to just reconcile quickly. You know, it's like if somebody disagrees on something, like, hey, well, we got to fix this, even if that means I got to apologize, you know, and bend over backwards to repair this relationship. And so when two people are humble, you know, which I'm sure that's a common thread in your whole family, like, then it's just that much quicker. And even you don't have the disagreement in the first place. So, yeah, I think that's just an observation on me personally. Like, I feel like I am prideful and arrogant, and so, like, it's something that I've been studying in my walk lately.
You always hear these little stuff about families work cows together. Seems like when I work cows, that's the only time I get worked up about anything.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not bad. I shouldn't say I get worked up, but that's the only chance that I get worked up about anything is when cows are involved. But I don't ever try to.
Yeah.
The best way for me to get mad is just to not say anything. Get people know when I get mad because they almost want to get just quiet. Like, okay, he's mad.
Yeah.
But like, that's when it comes to family. But like, I'll get kids that come over and I'll dang sure yell at them like, what are you doing? Like, are you even thinking? But cows are the only thing that get me worked up. Other than that, roping doesn't, the arena doesn't, life doesn't, trucks breaking down, bad, whatever. But cows are the only things that get me worked up. Other than that,
funny. Well, it's because you got all them F1 crosses out there.
Yeah, they'll get a guy humble.
Yeah.
A black cow won't got a guy. A black cow will just raise the guy's confidence, and that's probably why they're the ones that like get mad when we talk about him, because they're just they raise their confidence way up.
Yeah.
A crossbred cow will keep you humble.
Yeah.
Because you just never know.
Have you got to Cowboy much outside of Arizona? I can go see different parts of the.
Yeah, but not planned like rodeoing, like when I'm I'm at a rodeo.
No, well, maybe, but I guess I'm just wondering.
No, I never had planned, like, you know what, I'm going to go drive to Texas to go work some cows.
Yeah.
No.
Or never. Like New Mexico, or not New Mexico, I was going to say Nebraska, something like that.
Yeah, no, I never said, hey, let's load the ranch horses up and let's go help so-and-so. No, never. Yeah. Never have left Arizona. I've been to New Mexico to help guys, but just kind of on the border and stuff. But no, I never.
That's where I've been to New Mexico.
I never planned a trip.
And Oklahoma, but that's pretty much same ranching in Texas. Is pretty much that. I mean, well, in New Mexico, the one place we went, the only thing different, the Bell Ranch, they left the cows in the pen when we drug calves. That was about the only big difference I can think. But I just haven't. I get people occasionally asking me, and I don't think this is what you're doing when you invite me, but I get a lot of people wanting to kind of get me out to, I guess, just show me how it's really done. quote unquote. And I don't typically have a huge desire to go there. Like be the subject of, be the butt of everybody's joke. Because secretly it hurts my feelings when someone says you ain't no cowboy. But I would like to come out there one day whenever y'all are gathering.
You need to. You need to come when we go catch some cows.
Yeah. 77. Good heavens. Yeah.
You ain't no cowboy, they tell you, huh?
Yeah, so I when we first made that video, I got my first gen, that pickup, and me and Randy were filming, and I was going to do a tour of the pickup, just kind of show it to people, because it had been in videos, but I hadn't really ever shown it. So Randy turns on the camera, and I start in the front seat, and I get to the back end, and I say, if you don't have a picking string on your headache rack, then you ain't no cowboy. And I was like, oh, that was catchy. And so I just kept going. And I was like, if you don't have a rope in your truck, and I just kept going. So in the video, it turned into this, you ain't no cowboy. And so I started saying that, and then I did a bunch of them. I don't think I would probably ever, I can't think of a scenario where I would actually go to someone and tell them you ain't no cowboy. But now that I make these videos, everybody obviously, and they have a right to assume that I would. And so it just started all these kids either messaging me or coming up to me at the booth, telling me I ain't no cowboy. And secretly it hurts my feelings, but I can't tell them that because then they'll win. But it all started because of that dang video I made. But no, it doesn't bother me that bad, especially I hear it so often now that my skin's gotten kind of thick.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I like seeing other guys work their cattle. I don't ever get involved and say, no, let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. There's sometimes I might not go back.
Right.
Some of the stuff they've done, but as far as I've learned a lot just by watching other guys work their cattle.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff is surprised, like, wow, I didn't know you did that or whatever. And guy needs to get out and go help whoever and see how things operate and stuff over there, and just pay attention, and you can learn a lot and then take home and try it on your place.
Man, it'd be cool to have you come over to Texas and work cows with us. Of course, now that I'm thinking about it, you would probably fall asleep. You'd be so bored.
If they're black, and I mean, I'm telling you, I just don't.
Yeah, I get it. And well, here's the thing about Texas is you can drive, especially from where I'm talking about, you can drive 3 or 4 hours in any direction and it'll be a different color cow because the terrain changes. Like East Texas, they're talking about the kind of cows that you raise, except the country is much smaller. And then you go to South Texas. I don't even know what it's like down there. I've never ranched down there, but apparently it's much different than West Texas.
I guess I can say this. This is cool and this is neat. I've been to some places where it's all black cattle, and when they're weaning their calves, and they got everything down to science, everything's accounted for, everything's in the right order. When they wean those calves and they're all black, and they're just in a big pen, that excites me.
Yeah,
just seeing a nice set of black calves, or when they come in the sale barn, like when they go in a sale barn or something, they come in the ring, like just a nice set of black steers, all black. Like, you know what? Good job.
Maybe they are onto something.
Yes, which that's what they want.
That's
that's why they do it. But that's the only thing that excites me looking at them. Like, you know what? That's a nice set of calves you got.
Well, I would argue that's why they. I mean, that's the whole.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, so that would be the.
But that's only for a certain small amount of time, because you got them in the corral, you get to look at all of them. Maybe you wean them for 60 days. So you get to look at them for 60 days. Then they're off somewhere else. But what about the other X amount of months? That's when I want to see different kind of cows. But no, that is, whether it's black or whether it's red, it's nice to see a nice set of black calves or red calves. That's what, then that excites me. Like, wow, look at that. That's good job. You did good.
Oh man, I cannot believe you caught 77. I mean, I can believe it,
But
but
I think if I remember right, out of the 77, I think I only caught 7.
you did.
Me personally.
Yeah. Well, but that makes sense because you said there were 12 of them. So
Yeah.
12 people. So if 11 of y'all averaged 7 each, that would be 7-7.
No, there's some kids in there that average 15 or 20. Or
Really?
whatever. There's some. Yeah, those boys, man. That's one thing I don't ever try to brag on my horse or me or anything like that. But I'll brag on my crew
Yeah.
or I'll brag on my friends. They're good.
Yeah.
They're good.
Man, catching 15 in 5 days, that would be, yeah, you'd have to have a few horses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they'd have to be legged up. Wow. Well, we'll find some time.
Yeah, you need to come out before.
I got my TP. Do y'all use TPs?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, get teepees.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to come out and check it out at least look at the country. That's one of my favorite things to do nowadays. I'll just be riding off, just looking at the country a lot of times. Before when I was younger, I want cows, catch as many as you can, chase them, whatever, do whatever you can to go catch them. Now I enjoy the company, the food, the sitting around and getting up and just looking at all these boys are starting to grow up, become men, looking at them, watching them go after whatever, catching whatever. But then the country, I like looking at the country, just checking things out.
So homework for me is I'm going to come out there. Homework for you is you're going to Snapchat more and you're going to send me some of your doodles to put on a T-shirt.
Okay, I'm going to work on my social media too. I'm going to maybe get a camera and a microphone and
do some podcasting.
I'm going to work on all that.
Hey, man.
Maybe then that way I won't get a fake account.
Yeah. No, you'll still get them. Yeah, that won't. If anything, you'll probably get more. Yeah.
I'm going to work on that.
I get them. They pop up all the time. It's a constant. I almost want to like hire one person to just like go police that and report them. But yeah, I think you should start a podcast. I think everybody should.
No,
There's a lot of them in this industry, in the Western world now, which is a good thing, I think.
I don't think I want to do podcasts. Maybe one every year or something, but no, I don't know. Social media is tricky. I naturally, I don't want to get in front of the camera. Naturally, I don't want to say anything, but there's some stuff that I think I know that people need to hear, maybe.
Yeah.
So maybe I might try that. But then you got people that like say sponsors and stuff that I need to do a better job with and stuff like that. Maybe I'll work on it a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe you can help me.
I will. I talk about this all the time, but
Maybe we can get a reel right now, like video it, and I can say something clever, and then we can just put it. You know how you're scrolling through, there's like somebody says something clever, and then it leads on to something else and opens somebody's ears and mind and brain, and then they get to thinking.
oh yeah, we're going to chop this up all kinds of ways. What I think though is, so I got this buddy of mine. His name's Drew Merritt. He's he grew up in New Mexico actually, but he would graffiti on train cars. Like his house was real close to it. He'd have to cross the tracks every day. Well, anyways, he got in trouble a couple times for graffitiing. Well, then he kind of went straight with it and kept painting and doing murals. Moved out to L.A., lived in L.A. for 10 years and did murals in L.A. Well, I liked his paintings, and so we became friends, and he did a few murals for me. Well, he talked about having dated this influencer chick that was out there, and he was around these guys that do what I do, but they lived in L.A. And he was like, man, you guys got it made here. Because the guys in L.A. making content, all they have is their apartment and their mind, and they got to be creative and funny or whatever it is and interesting. And he's like, all you guys got to do is go outside. Well, I live in little bitty Winnebago with just a few cows and bucking horses around me, and
And even for me, it changed my mind. I was like, oh man, you're right. I'm taking this for granted. I need to just go turn the camera on more. But here I am thinking about you, and like Drew was trying to tell me that I'm 10 times more interesting lifestyle than some of these guys. And here you are, probably the most interesting cowboy in the entire country. And you've got all this stuff. And maybe once a year, you'll post a picture on your social media, which all I'm saying is you've got this super interesting life. You're doing all this cool stuff. You're rodeoing, going to the 11 NFRs, catching Maverick cows, even your own cows. It sounds Western to work. I feel like if you just turned the camera on every now and then, people would come a-running. That's what I think. But what do I know?
I'll try that. I'll try that. I'm gonna work on it. It's easy for me to say now, but when I get home, I forget about it. But to for you to say it that way, like, yeah, there is feels like there's some stuff that I do that other people are in, like you said, in the city or wherever, just looking at their phone.
Even other cowboys for you. Like I'm telling you, like the most interesting man in the world is I run to open your Snapchat. I could be in a funeral, and if you sent me a Snapchat, I'm opening it right then.
I wonder what they like to see. I mean, I get up in the morning and maybe.
I mean, the one time that they did film it, the Yeti did, it went bananas. That went viral. Everybody watched it. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. That's listening to this. They've all seen it. Anyways, I'm just saying, I think if you did decide to turn on the camera more, people would love it.
Okay, I'll work on that, and I'm going to work on that. I'll maybe put my mule on there. My mule got famous overnight in Las Vegas. That was crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody thinks it's interesting. You got pretty good taste. Then just send me a commission check, 4/5 commish. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I'm going to have to work on getting some cameras. I'll work on that. I need to get better.
No, you don't. I mean, even just your iPhone, just a Snapchat. Get you. I bet you got stuff on your camera roll right now that's so interesting. Some of it's probably pretty Western and you don't want to share, and I get that side of it too. I'll let you be the judge of what should and shouldn't be shared. But yeah, anyway. Well, we usually wrap these up with life advice. You got any? This is officially the longest podcast I've ever done, which is awesome, by the way. I love that. The second longest one to this one now was the guy that shot Osama bin Laden. His was like 3.5 hours. So Derrick Begay is literally more interesting than the guy who shot Osama bin Laden.
Well, no, the thing about it, we're just visiting. But yeah, I wouldn't use it all. Maybe cut it up a lot. Cut a lot out of it.
Well, I'm going to cut that one part out we talked about.
Starting from the bottom with the cervice.
No, that's staying in there.
Oh, man.
Life advice. What do you got for us?
Life advice. See, the hard thing about answering that question right now is it's all of a sudden like life is one long big span. There's so many things that happen in a lifetime. Mm-hmm. So when you ask me that, there's a lot of things that come to my mind of who is listening or who I'm talking to, or there's, so to try to say the right thing at the right time to whoever I think it may help is that goes through my brain really fast. Like, okay, who am I talking to? If we're out back and I was just talking to some kid that come up to me, and I try to look at who he is, where he's from, and what he's got going on, and visit with him just for a little bit. And then I'll try to relate to what I think he is. But just out on the open life advice, that's always tough. It's a tough question for me, and I'm not.
All right,
I'm not that good at it. I got to kind of get.
What about this then? Young aspiring rodeo cowboy. They just maybe caught their first steer, and they think they want to go be a rodeo cowboy.
Don't do it.
Okay, yeah.
You know why?
Why?
because the ones that really want to do it
Aren't going to
won't listen to me.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a difference because the ones that will listen to me and won't do it,
They don't need to.
yeah, they don't need to. Yeah, really don't do it. But the ones that want to do it, they'll laugh and they'll think, you know what? I'm that guy. I'm gonna do it. So
Yeah.
so that's easy. That's easy telling somebody something about if they want to do it. And most of the time, you got to tell them don't do it
Yeah.
because that's what separates the ones from that want to do it and the ones that don't want to do it.
Yep.
So that's one thing that I'll tell them is don't do it.
Yeah.
Because my dad, he was good at it. He knew I wanted to do it. So every time I get lazy or frustrated or whatever, anything that's involved around roping, like go feed the steers or go do whatever, and I'm like, oh man. And he knows by my body language, I don't want to do it. And if I would get grumpy about it or something, he always would say, if you can't handle it, don't do it.
Yeah.
And that would make me mad. Like, God dang it! Like then it makes me want to do it.
Uh-huh.
So that's I guess what I would have to say is, if you can't handle it, don't do it. Or if you want to become a rodeo guy, like don't do it.
Yeah.
It's
I love the way that
it's easy to say like, come on, stay at it, work hard, rope every day, keep your horses working. Like you hear that all the time, like, and people are not tired of hearing them, but they say that so much, like it doesn't really mean anything no more. But when you actually say, you know what, if you want to do it, no. It's almost like, you know what, prove me wrong. There's a certain person for it.
Uh-huh.
It takes a certain person.
Absolutely.
So those are the ones that won't listen to me.
That's what I was talking to Clay, that other guy you met. He was on his way out last night. He gave me a ride here to the Airbnb, and I was like, man, I've just had so many people come into the program, my intern program, that and they all say they want to rodeo, ride broncs or ride bulls. Typically one of those two is what I get. And they all say it, but in their defense, they've never done it, so they don't know if they mean it or not. And there's a period when they get here where they get on some dinks, and they get on some ranker stuff, and then eventually have an opportunity. Well, like they got to decide. Sometimes the dink will tell them, and then sometimes it takes a few dinks, and then they get on a duck spinner or a hopper bronc, and they finally, it's like, and I hate to be the judge and the jury for any one of them, because the moment you think that one guy's not going to make it, he does, but I'm like you. I tell people when they reach out to me, I do it more for legal reasons because with bull riding, like literally you could die. And so I'm like, no, don't do it, because you could die, or worse, not die but not be able to walk, or anyway, like just, I got to tell them like the bad news, like, hey, this could happen, well, then if they decide to keep doing it, now all of a sudden, like just, I'm kind of echoing what you're saying. What advice would you give to a cowboy, a young guy that wants to just be a cowboy, not rodeo?
That's okay. There's that might have been. These questions are tricky because
They're kind of broad.
Yeah, there's a young kid come up to me and say, I want to be a cowboy. And you have to give everybody a chance. Most kids that want to be a cowboy don't come up to me and tell me that. They just kind of show me. So the ones that do want to come up to me and say, hey, I want to be a cowboy, and you got to look at them and then think they might be from the city, or they might be from wherever, and they've seen it, and they actually do want to be a cowboy. And really don't even know what to say to them. Like most of the time, it's just you got to be positive, and you got to help kids and say like, heck yeah, that's what I want to be too when I grow up.
Yeah,
like kind of like it's a good lifestyle. You got to let them know it's a good lifestyle.
Yeah.
I mean, I've lived it and I've seen it, and it is a good lifestyle. You get to be around livestock. You get to be outdoors. You get to do a lot of cool stuff, and if that's what you want to do, so you have to be that part and tell them like, yeah, hey, it is a good lifestyle, and it's a good living.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good living. So if that's something you want to do, yeah, that's good. But there's way more to it than just that. And
Yeah.
for the short amount of time that I'm with them, you can only say so much.
Right.
But if it's the kid that lives in town that always wants to come, you really don't have to say much. Then you just start teaching them stuff when they keep coming. But as far as just some random kid coming to me just right out of the blue and says, hey, you know what? I want to see my cowboy hat. Like say if I'm here at the In-N-Out Burger in line and comes up to me and says, you know what? I want to be a cowboy. Like,
Tell him, don't.
No, I don't say that to him, but it makes me feel good because somebody comes up to you and wants to be a cowboy. So it's like, you know what? Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good lifestyle. If you want to do it, yeah, go ahead and do it. But it's just the back of my mind, there's a lot more to it than that. And sometimes you just don't have time to tell them all about it. But
Right.
if they're around long enough, you can tell them all the good things about being a cowboy, and you can tell them all the hard stuff about being a cowboy also. It's just like anything else. It's hard, it's fun, it's easy, it's all the above, has all the emotions, has all the good qualities about it, and also has some bad things about it also, just like anything else does.
Yes, sir. Dang. Well,
yeah, I just don't have these short answers for you. I wish I could just like bang, 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 just knock out a real cool punchline. And
no, it's all good.
I almost kind of got to break it down because I don't really know what I'm saying either. I'm not just greatest with words.
Yeah.
Surely we're not going to use all this. We got to.
Oh, we're going to use it all.
No.
All right. Well, we're on to the next one.
We better cut it up a lot and we'll go from there. So let's close this thing down.
You guys check out rodeotime.com. Thank you, Derrick.
Thank you.